Well, good morning, everyone. This is Christine Robinson, Mayor of West Grey, and welcome to our April 28th, 2020 West Grey Committee of the Whole meeting. We are using audio only to conduct this electronic meeting. Video is not possible at this time due to limited bandwidth in some areas of West Grey. Bandwidth is challenging our ability to do a complete video broadcast, so for now, we are sharing today's agenda in addition to this audio. Item 1, call to order. All members of council are present as indicated through their logon. We have a quorum. The agenda has been posted and circulated. The meeting is being recorded and will be posted on the West Grey website, www.westgrey.com, courtesy of Whiteman Telecom. The technology for this meeting is being managed by staff. I must say, please refrain from clicking buttons throughout the meeting unless prompted. Before we continue, I'd ask Recreation Supervisor Cody Hewlett to give an overview of some of the other key points for this morning's meeting. Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Good morning. If you get disconnected at any time during this meeting, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID 984-9184-9644. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands when they wish to speak. Members of council will be using the green check mark to vote in favor of a motion or the red X mark to vote against a motion. Each member of council will be called upon verbally to confirm their vote for the benefit of any guests who have called in rather than joining us using the online software. If you have any technical issues during the meeting, you can send a message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, using the chat feature located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
Thank you for that. Item 2, declarations of pecuniary interest, direct or indirect. Members of council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Now, I'm not seeing any on the dashboard. I am going to ask Supervisor Hewlett, do you see any members of council wishing to declare? No, thank you very much for that extra support there. Seeing none, we will move on to item 3, closed session. Please note, everyone, that particular item on our agenda will start at 2 p.m. So we are now, pardon me, Clerk Turner, go ahead.
Just to clarify, that was an estimated time, 2 p.m. It will be dealt with when the open session agenda is completed, other than the adjournment. So that time may change.
Oh, for sure, but I'm very optimistic. So I went with what was on the agenda. But thank you very much, Clerk Turner. Okay, so that just deals with item 3, regular agenda. Item 4, matters arising from the closed session. That will be follow through with the previous item. Item 5, public meetings. There are none. Delegations on item 6. There are none. Business arising from the previous meeting. I see Councillor Hergert's hand up. Councillor Hergert, please.
Thank you. I was curious if we could put together a letter to the province dealing with SWIFT or any of those initiatives for rural connectivity. I know that SWIFT is not making lower tier delegations at this time. I understand that. I think it's very important internet connectivity.
Councillor Hergert, that's not business arising.
Well, actually,
at this
from
point, from our clerk is saying at this point, I'm suggesting through the clerk that it is not business arising, but Clerk Turner, could you please advise?
So I don't recall at the previous meeting that SWIFT or issue was brought up, unless I stand incorrect. So it would be more appropriate for new business.
Okay, can you wait for new business then? Thank you. Any other attempt at business arising from the previous meeting? I'm not seeing any on the dashboard. All right, thank you. We are moving on to item 8, which is the staff reports. FYI for members of council, if you have a question or comment, please raise your hand. A check mark or an X mark are being used when we vote. Okay, on to the reports, beginning with Director of Finance and Treasurer. This report is regarding the tax sale process and update. Director Mighton, the mic is yours.
Yes, so this is just for information. It does clarify, I did sit in on a webinar session with Municipal Finance Officers Association, Real Tax, and Airden Burles, and they provided some information on the effect of Ontario Regulation 7320, and it does effectively suspend the tax sales deadlines under the Tax Sales Act. So we don't have any that we're currently going to be ready for advertising, but it does extend the deadline on theirs, or suspends it. So just provided a bit of information there, but that is just an FYI.
Okay. Clerk Turner, this is the time where I would ask if you'd read the motion, but this particular report is just to be received for information. Are you looking for a motion, or it's just because it's received? But I'd ask you to speak to the mic because there are people listening. So for just the clarity of procedure, please respond.
I can just note the report is being received for information without a resolution, but obviously council does have an opportunity to speak to the matter.
Oh, for sure. Thanks. That just gave me an opportunity to have a drink of my coffee. So this is for receipt of the report. So I will not be looking for a mover and seconder, but I'm certainly looking for questions or comments from members of council, starting with Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd just like to say thank you to staff for the report and for passing on this information. It's great information to have at this time. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think this report was very timely and it was filled with the information that we require. So thank you very much. Anything further? Yes, Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Director Mighton, just because we don't have any, I'm hoping that, if some came up, that we would consider putting them out enough to give people enough time for recovery, assuming the process allowed it. And if not, I guess the question is, could we ask the province to actually extend that again if we said that we have some and we're looking at recovery? Like the recovery period to be after that rather than removing the emergency, which is, I think I heard you say.
Yep, Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, so for the few that we have started the process on previously, the deadlines, according to the Act, are suspended, and then we'll reinitiate once the declaration of emergency has been lifted. We will delay initiating any new tax sale proceedings until after this has been done. Once the emergency has been lifted, those ones that are currently in process will be picked up where we left off. The tax arrears are anywhere from 2 to 3 years. So it's not that they got into the situation as a result of COVID. So it's just moving those forward, and that is according to the legislation and the regulation that has allowed us to amend that legislation.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll say you're welcome on behalf of Director Mighton. All right. With that, are there any other comments or questions on this report? And thank you very much, Director Mighton, for it. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so let's move on then. Our next report is from our Recreation Supervisor regarding alcohol policy. Supervisor Hewlett, please.
So this report just comes forward following regulatory changes through the AGCO and through the Ontario Public Health Association. There was very minor changes made to the report, just including changes to the last call, the drink ticket system, and updates to the appendices.
Thank you. Okay, Clerk Turner, please. On the motion, right? Reading the motion on the report. Say it again.
I'll introduce the motion.
Yep.
Resolve that the Committee of the Whole recommends Council adopt the updated West Grey alcohol policy contained in the April 28, 2020 Committee of the Whole report by the Recreation Supervisor.
Okay, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. So I'm seeing, and for a mover and seconder, we're looking for check marks, of course, and questions are raise your hand. So let me see. Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend moves the motion.
Okay, and let me see. Councillor Hergert, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, seconding the motion.
Okay, I'm looking for questions, comments, and starting with Councillor Hutchinson, please. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's Councillor Hutchinson here. Yeah, I have a number of questions. If you'd like me to run through those.
I would like you to do that. Please go ahead.
So let me just go to the top here. Okay, so my first question has to do with page 10 in our report, having to do with, it's page 4 of 16 in the report, maximum capacity. I'm just wondering why Goodenow Township Hall and the municipal office and the fire station, how come there's no maximum capacity stated in the chart?
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. That is just based dependent on the type of event. Majority of the ones listed in the chart, are based on the room used, but because these have multiple different styles of events that could be used, it changes.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Councillor Hutchinson. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems funny that we don't put a number in there because Goodenow Township Hall, like you wouldn't want to have a party with 1,000 people in that hall. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why we don't do that, but anyways, that's one of my questions. Another question having to do with page 11 on our report under page 5 on the report. Riverside Park was one of the ones listed as not eligible for liquor license events, but yet we do hold Arts Fest in that park. So I guess that's going to be an exception to that rule. Is that how that applies? We'd have to okay that.
Supervisor Hewlett?
Yes, so with those being listed as not eligible, it doesn't mean that they are permanently ineligible. It just requires council approval. Essentially, the ones that are listed as eligible are the ones that we license regularly, our banquet halls, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. Under signs, regulation signs, page 6 of 16 of the report, it talks about unused tickets. And I just find this a little bit confusing, but it says unused tickets, the bar closes at 1 a.m. Unused tickets will be refundable up to 15 minutes after the liquor license event expires. So it just seems funny if you're saying the bar's closed at 1, but yet you can still use your tickets. That just seems a little strange. And then somewhere further down, it also mentions about the lights coming on at 1 o'clock. I know it's a little confusing, but it just seems like it encourages people to rush to the bar and use up their last minute tickets. But then I think the lights come on at 1 and the hall has to be cleaned by 2. So then you're suggesting to people that you better get those drinks down because you got to go. So I think that creates a bit of a dicey situation. I don't know how you alleviate that, but I just thought that'd bring forward for some thoughts on that if there's anyone else has any comments.
Supervisor Hewlett, please.
So with that, the bar closes at 1 a.m. and the 15-minute warning, that is not a from 1 to 1:15, you need to rush to the bar and get your last few drinks. The bar closes at 1 o'clock, and if you had 5 tickets left, let's say, you could get a refund of your money back on those tickets for 15 minutes. You wouldn't be able to get drinks during those 15 minutes.
Okay, is that refundable up to 15 minutes? Okay, so that's not, okay, it's not saying you can purchase the alcohol. Okay,
refundable, not redeemable. Yeah.
Okay, all right, I just sort of misinterpreted that then.
Anything further?
Yep. Number 4 under regulation 5, youth admission to adult events. Liquor license events organizers shall provide wristbands to identify persons over the age of majority. So that means for every licensed event, you're going to have wristbands given out to patrons if they're age of majority. Is that correct?
That is correct. With majority of our licensed events, they do not provide admittance to youth underage. So it depends on the type of event. For majority of the events, they will not have to issue wristbands, but for those who do allow youth entrance, they will.
Yeah, I just thought, given that we're trying to get away from creating extra garbage and whatnot here, we're using wristbands. I just wondered if there was another way of doing that, though I can understand there's complications with putting the wristbands on the young people and putting X's on their hand and so on. So I just wondered about that, whether there was any way of doing that differently, but given that maybe it's not going to happen that often, maybe it's not an issue.
And stamps and other options are available. However, it's a lot easier for somebody to recreate a stamp using a permanent marker on their hand than it is to get their hands on a specific color of Tyrex wristband. If it is council's wish, we can change it away from the wristband to do other options, but personally, it's best practice to use a Tyrex style wristband or some sort of marking device, physical.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll leave that open for anyone else who wants to jump in on that one. Next page, on page 9 of 16, talks about control of alcohol service, use of plastic and paper cups. And there's another example. I'm sure Ms. Hamilton will have something to say on this. But I thought we were trying to get away from using plastic and paper cups. I know the last time that I've been at some events in the arena, a lot of people have gone to using beer cans. And therefore you don't need the plastic and paper cups other than for liquor. So I would suggest that we encourage that and become a little more environmentally friendly.
Comment, please. Supervisor Hewlett.
I totally understand why you would like to move away from plastic or paper cups. However, I would push to continue with plastic and paper cups, just because if we allow people to use beer cans, let's say, there's more likely that outside alcohol could possibly be brought into the event. If you're allowing users to drink from the can that the beer is provided in, or whatever can the drink comes in, it's a lot easier for somebody to sneak in the exact same beer as opposed to trying to get it into a similar style cup. As well, with beer cans, although they are open, if an event does become out of control and somebody were to throw a beer can, let's say, there's a lot more possibility of injury as opposed to if it were a cup.
I appreciate that clarification too, but Councillor Hutchinson, I see your point as well. You still have the mic.
Okay, so you're saying then where people aren't allowed to use beer cans then? Because I know some functions do.
According to the policy, they are not supposed to be using beer cans.
Okay, well, that's maybe one we want to have some discussion on. The other one I have is on page 18. It's page 12 of the report. Security. I'm just curious, under security, I sort of thought that the way it was in the report, it talks about in consultation with Chief of West Grey and Police Service and Municipal Facility Manager. But I thought that it was sort of laid on that you do have to have security at, say, the Stag and Does and whatnot. But in this report, it just says in consultation. So it doesn't say you have to have security.
That is correct. However, with majority of our events, we choose to continue with security. It's in consultation because we can take it on a case-by-case basis, but I would say for 99.9% of our events, we are requiring security, and that comes either in consultation with the Chief of Police or our facility manager.
Okay, so why don't we just say that in there then? We just say requires security, and then rather than having, like, I don't know, it just seems leaves it open a little bit, I thought, but again, that's not a big deal.
And
yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
And it does leave it open, just dependent on the style of the event, because there is the odd one that security will not be required for. But for most of them, we do require security. That's why it is left open, so that we do have that flexibility.
Okay, thank you. Page 13, 16, number 5. I just wanted to talk about the masquerade parties and You have to check if you have, so I'm thinking of Halloween parties, you have to check a patron's ID, and there's no mask to be worn. Well, that's fine to say that, but I know that's not necessarily the policy in the past. You know, maybe you have to take your mask off when you're ID'd, but then then you can wear a mask after that. I don't know. I know that that type of party that you're going to run into issues there.
Supervisor Hewlett, comment, please.
Yes, and that does become a bit of a problem with these masquerade style events. In accordance with the policy, masks are not to be worn. We could change it so that they cannot be worn while accessing the bar or that sort of thing. I can update the wording in that if it's under the direction of council.
Yeah, I just think it might be better to clarify something there because it sort of takes away from some of the parties and whatnot, depending on how it goes. But I don't know, it's just something to think about. And my last comment has to do with Appendix A, consequences for alcohol consumption in arena dressing rooms. So I see this as being an issue, something that has been past practice, and I realize it goes against the rules, but I think we need to somehow accommodate this. And so I think one way that I'm suggesting that we need to have our public meeting. We talked about this, or I've talked about it ever since I've become on council, that we need to license our facilities. And then therefore, people that go to hockey to play, whether it's pickup or whether it's a TCAT game, they purchase the beer at the arena, they drink the beer at the arena, and then they leave the cans there, or whatever. And you don't run into this problem, because it is going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem of enforcement. And I'm sure Deputy Mayor Hutchison can chime in here in this one too. But I think we need to have some public consultation. And I think if we license our facilities, we can clear up some of these liability issues that we have. I'll leave it there.
Yep, that's okay. And I do know that Supervisor Hewlett would like to respond to this.
I would very much caution about licensing our facilities. If you look around at surrounding municipalities and just municipalities in general, it's very rare that they will have their facilities licensed. I only know of a handful, and those that do license their facilities have a much larger staff base, not even focusing on the liability that licensing our facilities would bring on, just even the manpower that we would need in order to manage licensing our facilities. And I'm not naive to the fact that unfortunately consequences for alcohol consumption does happen in the dressing rooms. However, we are trying to take as many steps as we can to mitigate this. No one is naive to the fact that it happens, but we're trying our best to say it cannot happen.
Okay, with that, before I go on, Councillor Hutchinson, and you still have the mic, but I'd like our CIO to comment with regard to just your question about potentially licensing our facilities. We've heard from Supervisor Hewlett, but I'd also like our CAO Johnson to respond, and I see her mic is open. Good morning, Madam CAO, and could you please respond to that inquiry?
Yes, thank you, and good morning, Madam Mayor. Through you to Council. The exercise of licensing our facilities would need to be an exhaustive exercise involving our insurers, who have told us that while it's not impossible, it is an added level of risk that we would be assuming. And the fundamental question is, whose name goes on that license agreement? I would propose that it's not going to be the CIO's name, because I wouldn't want to take that liability personally. So we would need to really put some thought to it. And even at that, under any renter's special occasion permit, there will be areas that would not be permitted unless council has pre-approved it. So it would be the same model whether we were licensing it or the renter. So it's not that we wouldn't be open to looking at it. We would just really proceed cautiously.
Thank you for that comment. Councillor Hutchinson, you still have the mic.
Yeah, well, I would like us to look into that, because I know traveling around from arena to arena that there are a number of arenas that are licensed. And I think it simplifies things in some ways. I think also it would even increase our usage of our facilities, because as you know now, we see people who have funerals at the Legion or the community center. And one of the reasons that they have it at the Legion is because they can get a bar. And the last thing you want to do when you have a death in the family is to be running out and purchasing a liquor license so that people can have a drink after the funeral. So that's just one issue that I think that would resolve. It also resolves the problem with allowing drinks into the stands during hockey games, which people have asked for that in the past, and I know they do that in other arenas and don't seem to have issues with it. So I would really suggest that we look at it as a staff, and I've even asked the question to our insurance people about it, and my opinion was they seem to be saying it would simplify things and would make it less complicated. Because as you know, if there's an issue at the arena, one of the arenas, the municipality is going to be one of the ones that's going to get sued regardless of whose name on the permit. So I'd just like to leave it there and suggest that we look into that, and the sooner the better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Deputy Mayor?
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
There, now I'm unmuted. It's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a quick follow-up to what Councillor Hutchinson final closing remarks were. I agree. I think it's something that we need to look into, and just the alcohol and the arenas for a variety of reasons. And it's just, I think it's something we need to review. That's as far as I'll go with it. Now, I just got a couple of other comments. Under Regulation 5, clarity on it states 2 Florida monitors must be present when there's underage attendees. Now, if you're at a stag and doe and somebody's an underage that's in the wedding party, they're allowed to be on the premises and participate. Of course, no consumption, but security's hired. So, in my opinion, we're paying $500-600, or the renter is, for security. That, I think, is the security's job. It shouldn't be volunteers' job. Just want clarity on that.
Clarity can be sought through our director or supervisor of recreation. Please go ahead, Supervisor Hewlett.
So the security that is hired for the event is considered the floor monitors in the event that they're there. The reason it's listed as floor monitors and not security, as to Councillor Hutchinson's previous comment, sometimes security is not needed for events, so it's just floor monitors rather than security.
Okay, I'm good with that. Under Regulation number 6B, control of alcohol, all drinks served in plastic or paper cups. I do not support this at all. I'm with Councillor Hutchinson, and I'm sure a few others. I've been at several stag and does or other functions in our municipality, and we continuously take out 4 to 5 bags of solo cups that go to the landfill. I think it is time for us to go to the cans and take the bottles out. Yes, it's fine to have shots, as in alcohol, hard spirits, if you will, into a cup for a mixed drink. But it's time to move forward to the cans and eliminate these solo cups and take the pressure off of our landfills. So I think this is the direction we need to go. There's a lot of other places that are going to it, and I think it's a very responsible thing to our landfill. So that part there, I'd really like to investigate. As far as smuggling, if people are going to smuggle a can of beer in, they're going to bring it in their jacket. So I don't think this is going to alleviate any of that. It's up to the security that's hired or the volunteers that are running it to ensure that no alcohol or outside alcohol is coming in. So it's time to get rid of these solo cups and do our thing for the community here in our landfills. Let's just, if you want to respond to that, maybe.
Yep, Supervisor Hewlett has indicated that he'd like to respond to that for sure. Please go ahead.
To your point, I totally understand why we would like to move away from solo or red solo cups or plastic cups. We can explore different recyclable options. Are not too easy to come by, but we can explore different options of containers that the beverages can be placed in that do have different options. I know there are recyclable plastics on the market. The only problem with this is it may increase our corkage fees, but that's something we can look at. Also, according to Public Health Ontario and the AGCO, they also recommend that cups are to be used or some sort of beverage container as opposed to cans. So this is just following the best practice as outlined. But if it is the wish of council, we can explore other alternatives, either using cans or looking into different beverage containers that are recyclable.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm going to speak from personal here, and I don't usually do that, but I have been at plenty of organization or organized stag and does, or whatever you want to call it, functions that's in the municipality. I've never ever once have seen an issue when they're serving cans. It's a lot. I'm going for the landfill, but it's quicker turnover. It's a lot cleaner option in my opinion. So I think I'd like to discuss that. Moving along, I've only got a couple more here, Mayor Robinson, and I'll hand the mic over.
Nope.
Number 8.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Number 8, no shooters. This is the, I agree, mixing shooters and whatnot, but if somebody hypothetically was to have a Mexican theme and they were to pour a shot of tequila, that's actually a shooter. It's not really classified. It could be a shot or a shooter, whatever clarification. And there's a lot of these people that are trying to make a dollar. They're paying us $2,000 for the facility, including security and the corkage and everything else. And they do bring Jello shooters in as a promotion. It is poured out of the liquor that is, or they're made out of the liquor that is on the license. And I think this is pretty harmless. So yeah, I'm not supporting the pour shot after shot of mixed shooters, but I think we need to have a description on what you're classifying or what we're trying to put through as a shooter. I think that needs to be looked at. So if I can get a response to that one, please.
Yes, Supervisor Hewlett.
Our definition of a shooter includes any liquor or drink that is essentially, I think the definition is less than 2.5 ounces that is easily consumable or shot at a time. So I understand why Buck and Does and renters do like to do Jello shooters and that sort of thing. However, the other problem that we run into with Jello shooters is the policy also states that renters who rent the hall must have at least 30% of their alcohol that is below a 4% alcohol limit, and we are unable to tell if somebody brings in shooters from outside what the actual alcohol content of each shooter is. So it's hard for us to manage on our end of what's being brought into the facility.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so well, if that's how you want to address that, but what are we going to talk about hypothetically? A tequila shot, which you could call a shooter, or if you want to go further, somebody goes up to buy a beer and they decide to take a shot of vodka or whiskey or rum, it doesn't matter, and they don't, not for mixed purposes, but they shoot it back. That's classified as shooter. So I think there's a big loophole here, and I think this one needs to be tidied up a bit.
Let's see. Any response from our supervisor? Do you need further review on this, or how would you like to handle it?
I'm just slightly confused on, the second part of the question. So you were saying that somebody could go up to the bar and obtain a shot?
Correct, and put it back like as if it's a shooter. So like it's a straight shot. So it's not intended for drink. They go, stand up there, and they pound hypothetically a vodka back. Is that classified shooter or is that a shot? Like this, I don't get clarity on that.
So shooters and shot is used interchangeably. So that would, yes, be considered a shooter or a shot.
Okay, so again, I don't see that wording is correct, because it's a shot can be whatever your definition wants to be. And let's just use if something simple like a shot of tequila. If they take a tequila, and most people that I've ever seen take a lemon or salt or something, and they shoot it back. And again, if they were doing hypothetically a Mexican theme, I think those are pretty strong words. If somebody's having a stag and doe or a party based around that kind of, if we're saying no shooters, is that a shooter or a shot? I can't give that definition.
Go ahead, Supervisor rather.
So for clarification, I guess under the policy, any hard alcohol served without ice or mix would be considered a shot.
Okay, so, all right. I don't have clarity on that one. I just hate to see somebody get in trouble for handing a shot over with, and they shoot it back as if it was a shooter. That's where I just don't have the clarity on that.
So
anyways,
the serving,
go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No.
The serving practice would be on our bartenders or the bartenders at the event. So they would be required to abide by our alcohol policy. So technically our bartenders, and I can't speak to previous practice, should not be serving any alcohol without either ice or mix.
Well, okay, so that doesn't work either, because when you go, they do pre-pour majority of the shots so that they're ready, so they can turn over the lineup. And there's always a table where you go. Some people do not take ice. Some people do drink their drinks without ice. Some just drink a straight shot, whether it's shooter format or sip it. And they take it to another table where they mix their drink, whether, whatever they want ice or not, and whatever they want to mix it with. So they do not put shot or ice in at the bar, and they have not in the past.
So they have done it kind of self-service style, where you would go up, grab your liquor, and then mix yourself, essentially, is what you're saying.
Exactly. That's how it's always been done. And again, some people don't want a full, if they take a shot, call it a shot of rum, they may not want ice in it. They may only want a couple capfuls of Coke. They might want ice and a full complement of pop. So everybody's tastes are different. So shots are always served in a single plastic cup, and then the patron completes the mixing to their whatever their liking is.
And my apologies, that was my error. I wasn't understanding that you were asking regarding the self-service style. So essentially what that comes down to is the self-service style is permitted. However, we are not able to promote it as a shot. So you would just be getting your liquor to mix with. So unfortunately, shots will happen. However, we are unable to promote that it is a shot, if that makes sense.
Okay. And the last one I have is regulation number 9. I was looking under volunteers and workers drinking. That doesn't work. You've got, again, you have stag and does where the wedding party's in there. They're trying to make some money for the wedding, or to the bride and groom, if you will. Their volunteers are there, whether they're working at a game promoting sales, or whether they're selling tickets of any sort to, silent auctions or whatever they're permitted to. And we're saying you can't drink in this one here, and that won't work. They're in there to work for the people, the bride and groom, for example, as a stag and doe. And they just won't, nobody will come to our venues if that's what we're trying to put through. The people that have, or the person that signs out the liquor license is responsible. They do not consume, and we hire security. So those words there, they don't make sense to me as well.
Supervisor Hewlett, please.
So what that line refers to is not the volunteers who are part of the wedding party or helping with the buck and doe. They are more than welcome to consume, as they are members of the public essentially attending an event, and they have just agreed to help the wedding party. What that refers to is if, so when it says staff or volunteers, if our staff were helping to run an event, so if I was there assisting with facility work, I wouldn't be able to consume alcohol at the event. Or volunteers, as in if the Dayton Recreation Committee was running an event, them being the volunteers running the event, they could not consume alcohol.
For the entire event?
While they were working. So if they were working from 2 to 4 and then they were off, that's fine. But if they were working from 2 to 4 and then going back at 7, they could not consume alcohol during that time they were off.
Well, maybe we should have some clarity on that, because it does say volunteers, and in my opinion, it's somebody, whether it's a wedding party or not, and they are participating or they're volunteering their time to try to generate some income for the bride and groom. To me, I'm reading volunteer or volunteers. So I think maybe some clarity on, whether we call it municipal stuff, like, bartenders, which are municipal staff at that time, security naturally, and, you know, municipal or committee or whatever you want to call it. But it's reading to me that if somebody's in there as a volunteer trying to help out with a wedding party, for example, we're saying you can't participate in any consumption. That's how I'm reading it. So I just want some clarity on the wording there.
That's okay. We need the clarity, and certainly we're staff is developing a list of questions for clarity.
And I only one more. Two, well, the wristbands, again, Councillor Hutchison identified that. I think, you know, on occasion you do get the odd underager into a facility. You know, the way I was reading it, everybody else wears a band except them. And it just, again, I think Councillor Hutchison said here we are compounding more garbage. And I think we got to go the other way. And maybe the underager, they're identified in a different format instead of putting wristbands on the majority of them that are allowed to or of age. And the last item I had was touch base on is these masquerades. There's some pretty elaborate face painting that goes on. So I don't see where a mask is, you know, they go in, you check in, they check your ID, you lift your mask, and then other than that, in you go. So I think that mask part, that it's not gonna, I don't see the big difference there. Again, because again, you got face painting and people can change their character pretty good with some pretty serious cosmetics. And those are my points there, Mayor Robinson.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Supervisor Hewlett, before I go on with the questions from members of the council?
Just to the point regarding staffing and volunteers, that line in there, I will update the wording so it states something along the lines of municipal staff and volunteers.
Okay, good.
So that wording is clear.
All right. Councillor Shea.
Hi, it's Councillor Shea. Cody, I know that you inherited this policy, and it looks to me as though it's a fairly old policy that's been rewritten many times, and as a result, there's a fair amount of patchiness and inconsistency in it that which you're getting comments on today, and that we've talked about in the past as well. The comments that I'm going to make, I sent to you in an email, so you don't have to take notes. But some are questions, so I will ask them in the form of questions. First off I'd like to suggest that the word licensed is not spelled correctly. A licensed event, according to the AGCO, is spelled licensed with an S. So I think we should fix that. The definition on page 2 of a liquor licensed event, it lists 3 things. One is a special occasion permit, and I don't think it should say special occasion permit. I think it should say an event held under a special occasion permit. And the second definition of a liquor licensed event is a liquor licensed event, which seems a little bit circuitous. So I would suggest that definitions should be tidied up and to say something like a liquor licensed event shall be defined as an event held under a special occasion permit. That's just an observation. On pages 3 and 4, some facilities are described as wheelchair accessible, and some the accessibility is not mentioned one way or another. My suggestion is that if a facility is not accessible, it should be clearly stated so that people aren't left guessing. So if we should either say this facility is accessible or this facility is not accessible, and not have holes in that part of the document. Maybe could I get your comment on that one?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, we can make that change. That is essentially just adding an additional column into the chart. So that's an easy fix on our end to mark which are accessible and which is not wheelchair accessible. Just to that point, it's not very often that renters go in without seeing our facility. Often we do walk-arounds and tours with them. So they would be aware, but I totally understand where you're coming from, and I can add that into the chart.
Okay. Why are fire stations included? They're not rentable facilities, are they?
The fire stations are not rentable by the public, no. However, they are included just from years past when the different fire stations did the golf tourneys and that sort of thing, they would license the fire halls after the fact. So they are just, they're listed under the AGCO for us being licensed. So that's why they're included.
So, okay, that goes against my instincts, but I'm not going to, doesn't make any sense to me, but I'm not going to make a big deal about that. Page 7, there's this reference to taxi services, and it says that, you know, taxi services will be encouraged, and I'm just going down to page 7. And then it says, if, this is an item A, if not required to provide a taxi service, the organizer shall ensure, et cetera, et cetera. What does if not required to provide a taxi service mean? Are they required or are they not required?
So all renters, are required to include some sort of notice or posting of services available. That ultimately comes down to, and that's wording that comes through the AGCO and through Public Health Ontario. And I do understand that it is a little bit finicky. Essentially what that is saying is in areas that public taxi services or transit are not available. So in more rural communities, that they would just be required to have another option in place to provide a safe ride home.
So it doesn't apply to any of our facilities?
No, because we do have different taxi services available.
Okay, well, then I think we should take out the reference to if not required, given that it is in all cases required.
Okay, I can remove that.
Okay, thank you. Throughout the document, there are smatterings of rationales explaining the logic behind a certain section. I was looking at the Township of Brock's liquor policy, and they have, and it looks like ours was modeled on theirs, or they were both modeled on an earlier version. They were very similar in their structure and wording, but they have a rationale for every single section. So the fact that we just have rationales occasionally struck me as very odd when I was first reading it, because I was thinking, oh, this policy needed to be explained to the reader, but this other policy doesn't need to be explained, so it just seems arbitrary. So I think we should either use rationales for all sections or not use them at all. And again, that's just an observation.
So, Councillor Shea, to your first point, I can tell you that when this policy was first approved by council, it was utilized by other municipalities, and certainly AGCO pointed to West Grey as an example for other municipalities to take a look at a policy. So I would say that's why when you're looking at Brockton, or Brock rather, that there might have been a similar format and style and language. So this was the West Grey alcohol policy was used as a model out there.
Okay, that said, I would submit that the Township of Brock policy is much clearer. And so even if they modeled it on ours, I think they've done a better job in the end. And I think we should take a look at it. Or Cody, I think you might want to take a look at it to refine the rationale sections. Regulation 6B it has a whole bunch of stuff on signs. The section regulation 3 is the whole is called the signs regulation. So I don't know why we don't take all these signs and just move them into the section called signs. It just seems, it becomes awkward to read it when you have to sort of jump around. But that's a stylistic thing. I'll leave that with you. Page 12, regulation 8. There's a reference to server training municipal facility bartender. Can you explain to me what that means?
So the two server trained municipal facility bartender, it is a mouthful in itself, but that essentially pertains to two servers that are trained in SmartServe, or there's various other smart serve style program. So that's why the wording is written like that, but that wording comes from Public Health Ontario and the AGCO. So I know that wording is awkward, but that's just, yeah.
So they're not provided by the municipality?
They are.
Pardon me?
Renters use our municipal bartenders.
Okay. Okay, that wasn't clear to me, but I assume it's clear to the renters. Page 13, Regulation 9, Section 2. The liquor license event organizer has the right to deny entry to any individual. Are we allowed to, are organizers allowed to deny right to any individual? Are we allowed to give them that permission?
So it is a private event, so they can limit whoever they want.
Are all events that happen in our facilities private events?
9 out of 10, majority of them are. If they're licensed, usually they're private. The only ones that we have that are licensed and not private are the ones that are run by the recreation committees.
Okay, so at private events, you're allowed to deny anyone access. On page 14, I think that's, there's a reference to, there's reference to insurance. And the beginning of Regulation 10 says that the liquor licensed event being held in the municipality-owned facility is required to provide proof. I assume you mean the organizer of the liquor licensed event is required to provide proof. I think the word organizer is missing there. I think we had some discussion of this in the past. Are people able to get insurance through us?
Go ahead.
You are correct. That is a typo on my end. It is supposed to say that the organizer of the event. Game day style insurance, or insurance that is used per event that a renter can get through us, that is an option and something that I have discussed with Frank Cowan Insurance. However, we are not there yet. There is unfortunately a cost on our end to provide game day insurance that we don't have enough rentals that would use it, that it would end up costing the user more than if they were to go through their private insurance company.
Okay, because if you're an organizer of these events on a regular basis, you would know how to do this. But if this is the first time I've ever organized an event like this, I wouldn't know how to go about getting insurance. Like, do I call my insurance company? Is this a standard thing that they offer?
Yes, it is very standard that insurance companies offer it. For the most part, if you are a standard homeowner and have homeowners insurance, 9 times out of 10, you are covered for rentals of this style. You just have to give your XYZ insurance company a call and they can easily make that change to your policy.
Okay, good to know. Page 15, Regulation 11 says that comments are being collected from renters to ensure public involvement. Can we review those comments? I assume this is our way of engaging with the public to make sure that our policies are appropriate and up to date and understood. What sort of review of the comments takes place currently?
We have actually not received any comments regarding the policy. All renters have made the decision to not comment. Okay, then my follow-up would be, the comments were being collected to ensure public involvement. How can we ensure public involvement in some other fashion then? Can we have a survey? Can we do a random sampling, call 50 people randomly and ask them their opinion of this policy? I guess what I'm thinking as council, I'm very used to us being in a position where we have one body of people making a recommendation in one direction and another body making a recommendation in another direction. So for example, with developers or landowners or different things like that. In this case,
a lot of these regulations are coming from the departments of health, I feel. And I don't feel like we're getting hearing the other side of the opinion about how this policy is having impact in the community. And so we're just sort of guessing. We've had a couple of comments from councillors already, sort of saying in their experience what they've seen, what the common practice is. But I would like to sort of formalize how we're getting the other side of the story and have a better understanding of how these policies are being interpreted and affecting the community.
Supervisor Hewlett, do you have other examples of best practices where other municipalities may be garnering input from users?
Some municipalities will use surveys following a rental. It'll just be an automated email or whatever it will be saying very high level, how did you feel that the rental went? Was the facility clean? Can we do anything to make your stay with us better? X, Y, Z. We can start looking at something like that. However, I'm very clear when I do rentals, and I feel as though we are looking at this policy as we just hand it over to the renter or the patron and here you go, figure it out, which is not anything that we have ever done. We always, and I make it very clear, especially coming on board fairly recently, is I work with the renters and try to figure out what's best with them, and I will walk with them through this policy and help them out on any step of the way. And I make it very clear that my phone is always open and that they can provide any feedback to us, and none have provided any feedback. And I have even called, like, especially our first few rentals, especially after we moved into booking and that sort of thing, I did follow up with a number of renters. How did you find the process? Was everything good? And there was no comments that came through. So we do call outs. We just don't throw things to our renters and kind of let them figure it out. I try my best to work with them and get their feedback through the whole process.
Okay. I've had comments that suggest that our process is too complicated and bureaucratic, but I would be surprised if you haven't heard any comments like that. But I'll go on. This will be my last point, I think. At page 15, the last page of the policy, we get into consequences for failure to comply. The whole policy up to this point is addressed to renters and organizers. These are regulations that renters and organizers have to understand and comply with. And yet in the consequences section, consequences 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 are consequences for people attending events who are breaking other laws. So there's no mention, there's hardly any mention of, the consequences section seems out of sync with the entire rest of the document. And I would suggest that we drop the consequences section completely because all it's saying is that, other laws which are enforceable, like public drunkenness or serving underage people, will be enforced. But that's not what our policy speaks to. Our policy speaks to what an organizer needs to do to get permission to have an event at one of our facilities. And specifically, this whole idea of the consequence of a first infraction and a second infraction resulting in a suspension seems nonsensical to me. Suspension from what? And so I think the whole consequences section should be removed.
Okay, what I'm going to say to this, Councillor Shea, is there's been a lot of dialogue and suggestions for improvement or suggestions to research best practices. It's evident to me that this is a report that needs to come back to another meeting. At least I'm just going to put it out there for food for thought. Right now, there's a lot of things that we need to achieve. I want to point out that Council did look at this. I think, refresh my memory, Supervisor Hewlett, March 28, 2019, we actually looked at this policy if that was the latest. But I do recall that we went through section by section as we're doing now. So this policy has been reviewed by council in committee of the whole and then ultimately approved at council. Notwithstanding, it's time to look at it again for sure. And that's demonstrated by the number of questions or areas of clarification that are needed. So we've had a lot of time on this. Certainly more time it would appear is necessary. When this bylaw was first put together, this policy, it was addressed with a representative from AGCO. So at that point, it was considered all-inclusive. As we move along and there are other regulations that get attached to this type of policy, that's why it's up for review and certainly why it's before you today. So although the Brockton policy may be seen as having additional information, West Grey had its time as being the model policy, and certainly other municipalities can take that lead as well. Okay, so I'm just putting it out for food for thought in terms of this item should be brought forward again. It's not to limit discussion. Absolutely every member of council that wishes to comment or provide some areas of clarification will continue that listing. All right, Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you for that. You do point out that we have discussed this in the past. I know we've discussed this in the past, and I know we've had problems with it in the past. I think the idea of bringing it forward again, it has this. We are now just today bringing it forward again, and the problems haven't been rectified. So I don't know why bringing it forward a further time would be likely to have any result unless we make specific recommendations.
Oh, for sure, you need to absolutely address it now. Just putting some framework around it in terms of, does council want additional discussion at a later time at another committee of the whole, or are we at an opportunity where we can achieve some resolve today by way of a recommendation? So it's just to move it along as we have been doing. And I think it's really important to address the policy as we have been. Please continue.
Okay, well, then I agree. And I think I would go to Supervisor Hewlett, and ask for your recommendation. If council has a number of issues with, big and small, ranging from things like spelling to things like licensing dressing rooms, how do you think we should proceed? Should we send you comments and have you respond to them and incorporate them into a future presentation? Or should we hash them all out at the table, kind of like we're doing now, and spend hours and hours on it? How would you like to do this most efficiently?
Okay, I'll go to the supervisor, but also Madam CAO. Who wants to go first? Okay, Supervisor Hewlett.
Madam CAO has her hand up.
Oh, okay.
So I will unmute her.
Thank you. I didn't see your hand, but thank you for watching the dashboard there. Madam CAO, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Council, one and all. I know that there's still 2 councillors in the queue with their hands up wishing to speak to this.
Yes.
These edits are quite helpful to us. And I know it's a lengthy process to go through basically a line by line. And I hope no one can hear my dog moaning. Sorry about that. There,
please proceed.
So if council is open to providing it in writing, then we can capture those in an upcoming staff report so that the public is aware of what the edits were requested from the old to the new. I think that would be the most transparent way, or a transparent way of capturing this important feedback.
Great. Okay, so we have a suggested process. Councillor Hamilton, sorry, Councillor Shea, you still have the mic. Councillor Hamilton's next.
That recommendation satisfies me completely. Thank you.
Very good. Anything further at this point?
No, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Councillor Hamilton then.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So just to confirm, I don't think I'll take too much time. So it's okay if we talk about some of our ideas and then we could solidify them in a written way to our CEO. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And thank you for this discussion. So I'm just turning to page 4 of the report, Newstead Community Center. Are people able to book the arena floor, and would that be something that you might have a liquor license event for?
Yep, go ahead, Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Yes, the floor of, or the pad, sorry, can be rented and it can be licensed.
Okay, thank you. I don't see that specifically, but I think I saw that. Oh, a Newstead Arena and Ball Night. There it is. Haha, thank you. Okay, I see it now. Thank you.
Thank you for being so casual there.
And
Please
then,
continue.
me, then second paper cup. Yes, couldn't we not just get rid of plastic cups altogether and just say paper only? And because we know paper cups are available, and then we'd still have be meeting the concern about cans and best practices around cans, but we would have paper instead of plastic. Because I think even though you can recycle plastic, it's still single use, being it's a lot of energy goes into plastic, paper, compostable, etc. So that would be, I'm just throwing my 2 cents into what's already been said.
And on that one, certainly Supervisor Hewlett noted it, so I expect he'll be bringing forward best practices, something that will obviously support our environmental stewardship, as that's part of our strategic vision plan. So yep,
Great, thank you.
Reinforcing it.
And then thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I support the idea of providing an alternative to plastic wristbands. So I think that's a great idea too. So thanks to the other 2 councillors who brought that forward. And then I just have a question about, I know the policy was addressing the concern about consumption of alcohol in dressing rooms. And so just a question about how this policy is different from the last policy. Like what has changed to address that concern?
Are you able to do it rather quickly, or attempt to do that, Supervisor Hewlett? And if not, if we can't get a comprehensive answer on that, then we'll put that forward on our next meeting with this report. Take an attempt at it at least.
So the changes to address the alcohol consumption in the arena dressing room, this was just a change in the wording with Appendix A, which is page, it would be the 17th page of the alcohol policy. It was just updating the wording in there to include either beverages purchased or brought in on site.
So it was a small wording change, but overall not a change in practice?
A change in practice in how we're enforcing, sorry?
Yes, that's right.
So no, not a change in how we're enforcing. The enforcement does become a little bit sticky because it is hard, because we can't obviously keep a super close eye on the dressing rooms without invading privacy of our renters. So it's just more updating the wording, but our facility managers and arena operators, you're usually pretty aware of when things are happening, and they try to step in as quickly as they can.
And my other question would be, are these infractions for the people who are, they themselves drinking, or is the person who has booked the arena also held accountable?
To answer your question, both. So we do try to penalize both the patron who is caught drinking, but we can go as far as to penalize the renter as well. If often it's not just one person on a team who is caught drinking, it's often kind of across the board with our renters. So if it was the XYZ league, often kind of what are called quote unquote beer leagues are quite known for doing things like this. So it can become on the whole renter as a whole.
And is that, thank you, is that clear in this policy that the person who books the facility is accountable for the infractions as laid out in this policy?
So the other issue that you run into is often it's not just within this policy that they would be held accountable. It's within our facility codes of conduct, which is a totally different policy.
Okay. And when's the last time this, like how often has this concern ever been addressed, let's say in the past year? Has this had to be enforced?
Alcohol consumption within the dressing room.
Mm-hmm.
To my knowledge, we have not had to go into full enforcement of the policy. Oftentimes, the first time it comes across, it's a warning, but it is documented. But to my knowledge, we have not had anybody since I have come on to the municipality.
And when someone books our facilities, do they receive the alcohol policy if they're not planning on having alcohol?
So if the facility that they are renting is one that we regularly license, they do receive it. But if it was a rental of a facility that is not licensed, they do not receive it.
So if you're booking ice at an arena, which we don't license for, like, would someone booking ice receive this alcohol policy?
Yes, they would.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions. I feel like there's still more work to be done in this area. And I hear Councillor Hutchinson's idea for licensing facilities, and I can't support you that on that, Councillor Hutchinson, but I think that's really important to you. That would come through as a motion that Councillor can then decide whether we'd want staff to put all that work into developing that kind of report. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Well, you're quite welcome. Now, what I want to say to members of council sitting as Committee of the Whole here, our next Committee of the Whole meeting is May 26th, and I'm kind of sensing the direction. Certainly, I'm suggesting that this report come forward at that time. There's a list of questions and concerns, follow-up best practices, and just overall work that our supervisor will undertake to improve this policy. So I'm looking at May 26th for this report to come forward again. Okay, that was my public service announcement. I'm moving on to two members of council. Oh, Clerk Turner, did you wish to say anything? Yep, go ahead.
There is, of course, a motion on the floor. If there was looking to be a postponement, a motion can be moved and seconded to postpone consideration of the resolution, which is number 42 of 20, until the May 26th Committee of the Whole meeting. But as noted, there are a couple of council members waiting to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you for that clarity as we move it along. Going along with that, Councillor Hergert and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, so I have a few comments. Some of them relate to the other items that have already been discussed. Accessibility, I appreciate Councillor Shane's comments there. And I'm curious, when we note that it's accessible, are we saying the washrooms are accessible, the arena floor is accessible, you can get in and out from the outside of the building accessibly? Like not holding a door open, you can push a button. And I think that would be my, that would be my understanding of accessible. However, Newstat door, arena door, to get in there, it's not accessible. You'd have to have somebody hold the door open for you. And that would be two doors. So, you know, let's make sure we're very clear on what is accessible of the facilities, right? So moving on.
Hang on a second. We can get a response from Supervisor Hewlett on that. Go ahead.
I don't have too much of a response on that, but upon taking another look at the policy, I will ensure and upon quick review, the facilities noted are accessible in certain ways. However, I will make sure that they are, when they are marked as accessible, using an extra column that we're adding in, that they are fully accessible.
Okay, good. Please proceed.
Very good. A notation about who would be included, like was mentioned earlier. I think just by adding West Grey in front of volunteers, workers, and staff, I think that does make it specific enough as to who we're speaking about.
Councillor Hergert, sorry to interrupt you, but unfortunately we didn't hear your audio. I wonder if you could restate.
Sure. So it was previously mentioned, who does this policy relate to? And it says volunteers, workers, staff. If we could just identify West Grey, workers, volunteers, staff, I think that gets that mark.
Okay.
The next comment that I have is, you know, a lot of the discussion in here is very specific. Oh, you can't wear a mask. listen, if somebody's got an idea where they want to wear, you know, have a masquerade ball or a Halloween party or something like this, they can always come to council for specific approval. Now, that might seem like a huge burden, but actually we're going to fan it out to the police and say, any problem? We'll fan it out a bit and ask our staff if there's any issues about that. They still could obviously have an event. It just has to come before council for specifics if they don't coincide with our policy. I don't think that's too restrictive. Post-rental survey was mentioned. I think that's a great idea. Like, we want to make sure we have a handle on the price, or if we're out of line with, you know, our next door neighbors. I've heard some concern that there are facilities that we own, West Grey owns, that are really just priced out of the market. Now, we know we're subsidizing them anyway, but we want to be competitive around. So some of our facilities are just better than, you know, neighboring municipalities. So I think that maybe a post-rental survey could be beneficial just for, you know, for staff and for our council. Mm-hmm. Also, we have been trying to get this policy out for a while. Like, it came to council in January of last year, then we talked about it in March again, and here we are a year and a bit later. I think it is very important to finalize the rules so that everyone is on a level playing field. I am quite concerned about the consequences section of this, and that's my only real concern, is that it's laid out, but it doesn't say who's going to be the decision maker. Who will decide the penalty on a case by case? Is that our arena managers? Is that council? Is that manager of parks? Who would be responsible for laying that infraction? Obviously, we have arena managers there at the time these are likely taking place, you know, these infractions. But who's that enforcement agent? What's the appeal process? I heard Cody mention earlier about documentation. I think that's obviously important, especially if we're saying a consequence could be suspension of what, right? A suspension of use, a suspension for a time period of use of any arenas. I think that section needs to be laid out so everybody has all the same rules. I think it's very important because we have had instances, you know, where alcohol is being brought in. That's not acceptable. We've got to lay it down and say, our insurance company says it's not acceptable. We're going to stand behind our insurance company. So my biggest area that I'd like to see clarified is the consequence section for failure to comply. Just so it's standardized so everybody knows the rules prior to rental. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchison here. So my thoughts are, before we go forward with this, I agree there's some work to be done on it, but before we go forward with this, we talk about making changes and whatnot, but we really need to have public input. I don't think we've done our due diligence in terms of public input. So my suggestion is, instead of burying it in an agenda and us talking about it and with few people online, we need to go to the public and we need to approach all those users and say, what do you think? Here's our alcohol policy. We're reviewing it. Give us your input. So I'm not willing to pass this until we've proven that we've done public input. So and that can also combine with the rental costs, as Councillor Herget has suggested. So I think we need to really get some more information on this. I would want to see our staff look at a report about licensing our facilities, but again, with the public input, and put that out there that we're looking at that. So with the public input, then we can move forward. But unless we have that, I can't see moving forward on this. But we do need to close this off and get it done. It just keeps coming back, and we're not getting anywhere. So I don't think May 26th will work. I think it's too soon. I don't think a month. Well, I guess that's a little over a month, but maybe it could work. May 26th, I guess, is a couple months, I guess. But no, sorry, that's only a month. So I think we need to post it a little bit later down the road so that we can get the input that we need. So that's my thoughts. Lots of work ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing anybody else right now. We do have a motion on the floor, and it was the staff report motion moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Herget. Clerk Turner, this is what we have before us. There's also been discussion in terms of lots of additional comments, and I'll describe it as research for best practices, etc. With regard to this draft policy that's before us. So in terms of procedure, could you walk us through us, and then we can move along.
So there are a couple of options, as noted previously. A motion could be entertained to postpone consideration of the resolution regarding the approval of the alcohol policy to a certain time or meeting date. You could also move to table the resolution, which further suspends consideration of that resolution, and that in turn that item could be brought back for a notice of motion of council.
Okay, so I do see a check mark here. Councillor Hergert?
Yes, so noting council's concern, I would move a motion to postpone this until, and I would suggest that we have, you know, if May 26th is our next meeting of council, or sorry, pardon me, our next committee of the whole, I would suggest that we put it on the next agenda. So postpone it until May 26th, and at that time invite public comment.
Okay, is there a seconder? I've got Councillor Hergert as the mover. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this?
Councillor Hamilton, I second that.
Okay. Okay. Clerk Turner, could you just read the motion? Because I like clarity for everyone. And then I'm going to ask if there's any questions or comments on this. Pretty straightforward. However, clarity is needed.
Moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby postpones consideration of Resolution 4220 until the May 26, 20 Committee of the Whole meeting, subject to input being received from the public.
Okay, first, Madam CAO, and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify for my understanding, so what is council's expectation of what will happen on the 26th? Are we incorporating the changes that were spoken about today and bringing that new draft policy, or are we in the stage of just collecting further input?
So I'll be looking at the mover and the seconder first, and I'll start with Councillor Hergert.
So yes, definitely council would like to see these changes made as discussed. But I think at that time, we should be making some, you know, media blitz that we'd like to hear public comment before we would consider ratifying this.
On the seconder, Councillor Hamilton, is that correct?
A document that addresses some of these concerns. And then once we mostly approve that document, then we go out to the public and gather some feedback.
So I'm going to ask you to restate because your audio at the beginning just wasn't there.
Oh, pardon me. I support Councillor Hergert's position that these comments come back to council, all these changes, and then at that time we would go to the public for some feedback before final approval.
Clerk, did you have anything to say, Clerk Turner, on that? Yeah or no? You good?
I just note, I think there have been a few items that seems to be a consensus of council or the Committee of the Whole on changing, others that haven't been fully discussed. So I would think the Recreation Supervisor should make note of those and then bring forward, of course, some of those comments made today, as well as any of the public input. And then, of course, if there's further emails sent to the supervisor, those can be brought forward as well.
Yeah, and I think one of the options, I'd look to Madam CIO to check this out, but you know, based on today's discussion and the fact that if this motion is carried to bring it forward to the 26th, I really see a press release going out, just letting everybody know we're looking at this again. Here's some, pay attention to our agenda. We certainly don't bury any of our items on the agenda, but please pay attention that this item's coming forward, and so that people are very much aware of that. But I think a press release might be absolutely provide the utility on that. Madam CIO, quick comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And that's absolutely a step we would need to take to
Good.
solicit that input, media release, social media, that sort of input. I would also propose that, I echo Councillor Shea's opening comment that this is a policy that has been adjusted from time to time over the years, and it might be time for us to take a fresh look, and we will contact our insurers for some of their support as well.
Perfect. I really like the direction this is going. I do want to say, Supervisor Hewlett, thank you for the work that you put into this already for this particular report, but certainly all of your efforts prior to this as well. But yeah, I think it's a really good time looking at this policy. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor. It's been read. We've got a couple comments, and then I'm just checking to see if I'm muted, but I see that I'm okay yet. All right, so we have the motion on the floor. A couple comments yet. Go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, Councillor Hutchison here. I agree. I would like to see us do a press release to get public input. I think that's very important, and I would even like us to reach out to some of our major organizations that rent our facilities, like our TCATs, like our minor hockey, figure skating, beer clubs, beer leagues, if you like to call them that. The other thing I would like to suggest is I'd like to recommend that the staff do some investigation on licensing our facilities. We need to get that out there and decide whether we're going to do that or we're not, because otherwise I'm going to keep harping on it until I'm done. So I would like to see us look at that and put that out there as part of our public input is what do you think about licensing our facilities? And then we've got it.
Okay, so are you suggesting a friendly amendment? And if so, I'll look to the mover and seconder. Is that what you're trying to do here?
If that would work, sure.
Okay, so Councillor Hergert, can you build that into the motion? Yes or no?
Separate.
You want it separate, okay. So you're looking just to keep your motion the way it is, and that we get a mover and seconder to deal with what Councillor Hutchinson is suggesting. Is that correct?
Yes, and immediately following. Yep.
Yeah, of course. Councillor Hamilton, are you clear with that line of process?
Yes, and I support that. Thank you.
Okay, so I will first deal with the main motion, Clerk Turner. First, and then if there's a second one, right? Okay, so what we have on the deck right now is the motion to postpone till May 26, 2020. It's duly moved and seconded, but before I call the vote, there is another hand up. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend here. I just want to reinforce the comment by Councillor Hutchinson about reaching out to the people that do rent already and get their feedback. And as Deputy Mayor said, if he's hearing sort of some negative things as well, or some objection to some of the things that's there, and I'm not saying you are, Deputy Mayor, but I'm thinking that if there is, because of your interaction with quite a few parties, that their names get onto it as well, so that we can get as much feedback as we can and truly involve the public and those that do use the service, rather than only do just a general blast. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to have to go to mover and seconder to just add the user group component of it. Are you okay with that, Councillor Hergert?
Yes, I am. Are we looking for the last 3 months of users, the last 6 months of users?
Councillor, or sorry, not Councillor at this point, Supervisor Hewlett.
If I may speak to kind of reaching out to the last 3 months of rentals, I would say that 9 out of 10 of our rentals are often just somebody from the public kind of renting a one-off for a buck and dough wedding, whatever it may be. It would probably be more beneficial if we were to go out for public comment to reach out to our larger user groups. So minor hockey, the Lions, T-Cats, that sort of thing.
Yeah, to me, that makes much more sense. Okay, so we're just adding the user groups. Are you okay with that? Again, Councillor Hergert?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton? Are you okay with it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any further comments or questions on this motion to postpone? Good, all right. Calling the question then. All those in favor? If you're in favor, put your check mark on. If you're not in favor, use the X mark, please. I will start. I, as mayor, am in favor of this motion to postpone and bring it forward on May 26th. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchison, yes.
Motion carries. Now, Councillor Hutchinson, are you bringing a motion forward that looks at, let me see, staff to prepare a report and do some research investigation on potentially licensing our municipal facilities? I mean, that's, we'll have the clerk wordsmith that, but is that the intent of your motion?
Yes, so my motion, I'd like to make a motion that the staff investigate, the West Grey staff investigate the possible licensing of designated facilities within West Grey and include public input.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding that motion? I got to get my check mark off.
It's Councillor Townsend, and yes, I would second that motion.
Okay. So we have the motion before us. Any comments or questions on this motion? Councillor Townsend?
Yes, Councillor Townsend. The only thing I'd like to do is deviate from the last time Council tried to do this and stay away from trying to profit from it. Literally just stick to the licensing. And then I think you'll get much more support in the public as well, in the community. Thank you.
That could be, I mean, that could be looked at within an all-inclusive report. Councillors, again, Supervisor Hewlett, did you want to comment on that before I go and Councillor Shea's comment?
I guess one question or comment I have, it may be more beneficial for me to bring a report to council regarding if we want to license the facilities before we bring back the alcohol policy, because if we make the decision to move ahead and license our facilities, it will ultimately change how our alcohol policy is laid out.
Interesting, because we've already put a postponement. How does that work? If just, I'd like to address Supervisor Hewlett's comment. Clerk Turner.
Yes, it has been postponed to the May 26th committee of the whole meeting. Come May 26th at the committee of the whole, if this action that we're speaking of right now hasn't been completed, then obviously the matter could be deferred once again by council motion.
I knew you did. Sorry, I overtalked. What was the last statement you made?
By the committee of the whole motion.
Good. And I knew you'd have the answer, Clerk Turner. Okay, so that satisfies that. We've got Councillor Shea next.
Councillor Shea, the motion said something like designated facilities. I wondered if the mover wants to be more specific about which facilities we're talking about.
Mover of the motion, Councillor Hutchinson, do you want to be more specific on your motion at this point? Go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchison. So I just put that in there thinking that because some of the smaller, if you say want to license all of our facilities, that maybe puts an onus on, like small parties and small recreation halls. I'm not sure if that's something we would want to do. Again, that's something that we would have to investigate, I guess. But I just thought by designating, then we determine which ones we're organizing. And the thing is, then you control the alcohol, right? And I think that's what the insurance people like, is that we have control of the alcohol part of it and the licensing part. So yeah, I don't know. But I agree, we may need to get this done ahead of finalizing our agreement here.
Yeah, and we're good. We've got a process in place to address that. I do note that Supervisor Hewlett has a question. I have to get out of that habit. Please go ahead, Supervisor Hewlett.
When we are speaking about licensing our facilities, if we were to go ahead with the process, I think it would be more of a benefit to only license our facilities that have designated bar areas, which would essentially be our 3 recreation centers and possibly the Ayton Centennial Hall. Other than that, I don't think it would be of much benefit to license the other small facilities, because those are very rarely rented for licensed events, if at all.
Okay. Councillor Shea, anything further?
No, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm just reflecting on our priorities as council, and also this time of pandemic where our staff are focusing on delivering essential services right now. And I am concerned about asking another report of staff about this at this time. I think this warrants investigation at some time during our term as council, but I wouldn't support exploring this now. Especially our facilities are closed right now, and I think there's going to be social or physical distancing for some time. So just in thinking about our staff resources and time and our priorities as council and other initiatives that we really want to see move through, I don't want this to pull away resources from those other things that we already have on the go. So I can't support this motion for something that we would do now, but certainly I would entertain this motion down the road later in our term as council, and would prefer just to let's get through this alcohol policy, let's pass a good policy, and then revisit this conversation later in our term.
Thank you. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And if I may just address Councillor Hamilton's comment, I appreciate your thought pattern. My ideal would be that we do bring back the alcohol policy for now. We can do a survey to get public input, which would be fine, in addition to council's input. I think the exercise of looking into licensing our facilities should take a little bit more time and attention. And I'm not opposed to doing that work if council would like to pass that motion, but I really would prefer that we get the alcohol policy done so that we are ready when the pandemic is lifted and people start looking at hosting events again. We've got our policy in place. The second part of the conversation can happen later, and we can bring back what licensing would look like perhaps through the summer, but we are focused on being ready to get back to business as normal, and having this policy in place now would help us get there.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Councillor Hutchinson, I raised the issue because I think we need to investigate this at the same time. So I'm not really in favor of passing this license or this policy without investigating this further, because otherwise I think we're just burying our heads in the sand. But anyways, it is what it is, and if that's the priority, that's fine.
Okay, any other comments before I call the vote? Yes, we have some comments or questions. I'm going to start with Madam CAO because she put her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, I'm not suggesting that we wouldn't be interested in looking at the licensing of our facilities. I would just be requesting that we have some extra time to do that. And the process that would work best perhaps is that we have our policy wrapped up and then we start looking at what a different model could look like when things have settled down.
Okay, Councillor Townsend, please.
Yes, Councillor Townsend. I was wondering if we still couldn't do them both, but push it off to the third quarter. Is there anything specifically driving as an absolute urgent during COVID-19, because we're still closed, that says we need to even pass or revise the alcohol policy that we already have on the books prior to the third quarter? And if there isn't, then let's just do them all in the third quarter instead.
So we do have a motion. Yeah. So we do have a motion that has already been carried, and that is that we've postponed the review of our alcohol policy until the 26th. So at that time, the clerk had also mentioned that if there's more time needed, or I'll just leave it at that, then we would have a report forward explaining why there is a need for additional time. I think that's probably the route. I'm going to go to Clerk Turner and then Madam CAO, and then perhaps we could move on from this item, members of council.
If you don't mind.
Let's first get this one addressed, and I'll go with the clerk and then our CAO. Clerk Turner.
Yes, again, even if I wouldn't anticipate even on May 26th, the whole meeting, that the alcohol policy would be approved. I could be wrong. However, if it is brought back and there are comments received in the meantime from both council members and the public, at least there might be some movement forward if it can be dealt with on May 26th. So it still might be beneficial to bring it forward if there is time permitting.
Madam CAO, and then back to Councillor Townsend.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Clerk, for your comment. That was my thought as well, is if we could bring back a second draft at the end of May for further discussion, we would still need time to fine tune and then have it approved by council, which takes us into June. And I'm really optimistic that we will have a summer of rentals and we will have a policy in place in preparation for that.
Okay, Councillor Townsend, you have the mic.
Thank you. Madam CAO, I'm wondering if you can respond to the comment I made about, or the question I asked about, is there anything that's mandatory, urgent to deal with now, rather than let the current policy survive while we do the review?
Oh, yes. Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor, you're correct. We do have a policy in place, so we are fine. I would like Supervisor Hewlett to just comment on the changes that we implemented and if there is a time factor in having those adopted by council.
Sorry, I was having a little bit of trouble with my mic there. There is no time period in place that we need to have these changes that I brought forward implemented. The changes that were brought forward were very minor, and with our facilities being closed for at least the near future, we do have some time to kind of implement those changes. They were mainly just there to clean up wording, so we're okay as we currently stand. Our current policy that's in place, we're fine to continue with until further notice.
Anything further, Madam CAO, before I go back to Councillor Townsend?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes, so therefore I'm wondering, could we not table the one for May 26th and set it out to be in conjunction with looking at a high level, if you will, of doing a licensing of, and I like the idea of designated facilities, because then when staff comes back and says yes or no, if they're going to say yes, they would probably tell us, as Supervisor Hewlett already said, which ones are reasonable to do that. So it wouldn't be all, and we wouldn't state them now. Otherwise, we're usurping what the limitation of staff search is, and I think they should do that. So anyway, I'd like to know from the clerk whether that's another procedural option.
So before we go to the clerk, I'm just going to remind members of council, Councillor Hergert moved it, Councillor Hamilton seconded that we would have this alcohol policy postponed until the next committee of the whole meeting being May 26th. We also had a conversation, and it was Councillor Hutchinson who suggested perhaps we should take a look at a report and research around licensing our existing municipal facilities. When I approached the mover and seconder of the postponement motion, they did not want to include it in their motion. They asked for it to be a standalone. So we did have a vote, which was duly voted, to have the May 26th meeting where this report would come forward. We are now dealing with a motion on the floor that is dealing with the licensing opportunity for our facilities. So there was that opportunity to deal with it on that main motion. Anyway, that's just from a chair perspective. Procedurally, Clerk Turner, please.
So there is a motion on the floor, so the only thing that is in order is discussion regarding this motion at hand. But in speaking to the previous motion about postponing consideration of the May 26th Cal meeting, that motion is already passed, so you can't table a motion already passed. You could introduce a motion to rescind something previously adopted, which would be that resolution. Then you're getting back to, again, dealing with that original motion regarding the bylaw passage. So I think it'd be a lot more clear just to proceed with that, bringing back May 26th Cal meeting, and then proceed with this motion on the floor.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering because it sounded like staff wanted to do them in that sense as well of looking at the licensing to avoid having to keep doing the review. So I wondered if that could be incorporated in the one that's on the table. And second of all, the criticality of the changes being made isn't there to force it to happen and use staff resources at this time, right? And again, I'm trying to be sensitive to not wasting staff's time. And I was looking for a way to do that so that we could, in fact, do them in the right order as staff had suggested.
Okay, I think we had clarity on that, but I'm going to have the clerk clarify it one more time. Councillor Townsend.
I believe I gave some direction on that, but also the CEO seemed to echo the same sentiments that we should proceed, carry on May 26th, bring what we can forward, see how time permits, see what information has been gleaned, both from the public possibly, or members of council with the comments. So I think we should proceed with that direction as directed by the committee of the whole, and then deal with it at May 26th. I believe the CEO indicated that there was time, or it would be in order to proceed with as much as we can with this item. So I think it'll work out the way that it was originally noted in the previous motion. So again, we'll find out May 26th what has been accomplished and what can be accomplished through some of these venues.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, so I believe my motion is still on the table.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to suggest that that I would like to have the motion continue, that staff investigate the possibility of licensing of designated facilities and include public input to bring forward at a future date. So that leaves it open a little bit, but I'm also going to suggest that maybe in the public input that we're going to bring forward to the May 26th meeting, that they can ask that question. What are your opinions on licensing our facilities, so that we can start to get some input. Maybe there'll be so much pushback that we won't have to do the report. So I would like to put it out there that maybe in second thoughts, maybe I don't need the motion as long as we can include that question in our survey to the public.
Well, you do have a motion before, but I'm going to have the clerk address this.
Yeah, I don't see any issue with just kind of direction to the recreation supervisor to incorporate that as part of the public's engagement. That would make some sense.
So Clerk Turner, based on that, if we have the mover and seconder agree to that, how do we dispose of the motion before us then, procedurally?
We can continue. I will read the motion and perhaps see if the mover and seconder are supportive of it. Again, we'll have that direction for the recreation supervisor outside of the motion to incorporate because that will speak to this motion. Anyway, I'll read it. Moved by Councillor Hutchison, second by Councillor Townsend. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole requests staff to prepare a report regarding the possibility of licensing West Grey recreational facilities to include engaging the public and for reporting back to future Committee of the Whole meetings. So that question of licensing West Grey facilities is part of this resolution. So it will be asked by the recreation supervisor.
And I understand that was Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend that moved and seconded respectfully. Councillor Hutchinson, you still have the mic.
No, that sounds fine.
Okay. All right, Councillor Townsend, are you good with the wording?
Absolutely, I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments, or, well, I'll just leave it at that. I'm not seeing any on the motion then. All those in favor signify with a check mark. All those opposed signify with an X mark. So here we go. As mayor, I'm in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
That motion does carry. All right, that takes us off the report from the Recreation Supervisor. We have a few more reports, starting with the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. Are you looking for a break at this point, maybe 10 minutes or so? Or wait, Clerk Turner, what would you suggest? Half an hour?
So I guess it is the lunch hour. I'm not sure if it would be in order for adjourn or temporary adjourn for 20 minutes or so for lunch. I'll leave that for community direction.
Okay, I went from 10 minutes to 20 or half an hour to 20 minutes. Members of committee, are we good for a 20-minute break? We'll just temporarily adjourn for lunch. So I'm seeing a whole bunch of check marks on that, so that's perfect. That's what we'll do. We'll see you in 20 minutes, everyone. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're ready to get started and finish off our Committee of the Whole agenda. We are going to start with our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works report. However, before we get started, I just want to ensure that all members of council are present. So I'm just going to ask members of council to put a check mark on the dashboard right now that you are in attendance. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're all here. Please clear the dashboard. Thank you very much, including you, Councillor Hergert. Okay, so now we are going to we're still on item 8, staff reports. This one is with the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, and it is in regards to the plan for council tour of bridges, roads, and facilities. Director Sherinsky, could you start us off?
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, good stuff. So council may recall that they requested staff arrange some sort of a tour with respect to our roads and bridges and facilities. So put together a real brief report here for you for your consideration. And essentially, basically got to kind of get right down to it. Essentially, I got two options here. We could either I could either arrange to have a bus pick everybody up, and beforehand we can discuss, or council can give me an idea of what they would like to see, or we could arrange to shoot video footage of everything for council's consideration, should they not wish to participate in a tour. So that's basically it in a nutshell. Just would like to hear what your comments are.
Well, certainly if we have a tour, if that is something that we are remotely interested in doing, it would absolutely happen after the COVID-19 pandemic. And I know that was in your report as well, but I just want that stated. Okay, so we do have two options for motions, but before I normally go to the clerk, I'm going to go with Councillor Shea first. You have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I wanted to put a third option on the table. Why don't we travel around in cars? The clerk indicated that there would be a problem because we will have a quorum on the bus, and so it will be a public meeting. And how would the public be able to participate in the part of our discussion that happens on the bus if we drive around in 3 or 4 cars with no more than 3 council members per car, and ideally 1 staff person? That would alleviate the problem and probably save expenses as well.
I don't think we're going to put staff in the vehicles. We've got our staff separated out at this point, coming in a rotation, but certainly your idea of driving around individually or a few adhering to the social distancing certainly could be another option. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
Well, I don't know why we wouldn't put staff in the vehicles. Like, I just imagine if I was driving around with you and the deputy mayor, and we had the roads supervisor with us as we're driving along, he would be telling us things about the infrastructure in a sort of casual way. So I wouldn't eliminate that possibility.
Madam CAO, I wonder if you could just provide some comment on this third option. And then I'll go to
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the suggestion. I'm assuming that you would be proposing a car trip after the COVID social distancing regulations have been removed.
Yes,
that would be an option. However, I would ask the clerk to clarify if my thinking is correct, but once we all assemble at a particular bridge, we are assembled as a council meeting. So we haven't really taken away the fact that we've got quorum. That's my only question to the clerk.
Well, let's hear the answer from the clerk.
Yes, that would still be deemed a meeting. It is all of council or committee of the whole meeting for the same purpose. I would think that if it was questioned by an individual or ratepayer to the integrity commissioner, etc., I think that would be deemed a meeting. You're advancing the business of the municipality, whether or not it's collectively in a bus or by separate cars. Either way, the public have to be informed. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to be in the bus, but at least if there's some kind of schedule, and of course the schedule would be, estimated time frames that they could follow along and be part of any discussion that they had.
And I'm just wondering, this is something that was on a new business, and we've had it for some time, and thank you very much, Director Sherinsky, for bringing it forward. But I'm just wondering if there is an interest in getting on a bus and having that tour. We can wait until the pandemic is over. I'm not seeing the immediate need on this, although it certainly is something we want to address. Or we can look at other options like Councillor Shea suggested, or the other option of a video. Anyway, I'm just facilitating the discussion here. Now, Councillor Shea, is there anything further, because you do have the mic?
Sure. I'll just say I have a fair bit of experience making videos, and I wouldn't underestimate how much labor is going to go into making a video. If we're doing it live and in person, we will ask spontaneous questions and the attending staff will be able to respond. If you're doing it by video, you have to sort of like anticipate all possible questions. It's a much more laborious exercise.
Well, thank you very much for all of your expertise on that. We very, very much appreciate that. Shall I go on to another member of council? Have you completed
Yes.
your?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yes, I think it's important that we do a physical tour. I think we've been inside looking at video too much for too long. So
Fair
I think
enough.
it's time to move on. And I think the bus thing is valuable, because on a bus, you can have someone talking to you while you're going from point A to point B, whereas in a car, you have to wait until you get there and assemble, and it's a little more time consuming. Agree that we have to wait until this pandemic social isolation thing is over. If not, maybe the car thing would work, and then you maintain your 6 feet. But I would make a motion that we plan to do a tour with a schedule, like as our clerk has said, so that other members of the public can join us if they wish to. But plan for the future, and so I'll make a motion that we do a physical tour.
Okay, so with that, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Is there a seconder for this? So, Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I am seconding this.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Townsend, I'm looking for comments or questions. Oh, clerk. Yeah, clerk, please read it. Yep.
Moved by Councillor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Hergert. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby directs staff to book a bus and organize a tour of the infrastructure in West Grey once the COVID-19 pandemic comes to a more permanent conclusion, as outlined in the April 28, 2020 Committee of the Whole report by the Director of Infrastructure, Public Works.
Comments or questions, starting with Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend here. I think I'll start by asking for clarification on what is meant by a more permanent sort of end, because depending on whether or not we do it before social distancing is relieved, and I'm not sure how long that will take, then the options would be different. But I definitely support doing the tour. And if I can ask the clerk to answer what he meant by more permanent, and then I've got one more comment.
Okay, Clerk Turner.
I didn't actually craft the resolution that was provided by the Director of Public Works, but I would suspect where it gets to a stage where it would permit that kind of activity to take place through the direction of, I guess, ultimately the Premier of Ontario.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that helps.
Good. Please proceed. You had another comment or question.
I did. I'm wondering what staff had in mind from a quorum perspective when they suggested the tour, because the thought crossed my mind as well, but I too believe it's the only solution. So I didn't know if staff had any thoughts on that already that they contemplated when they put that option out.
I'm not certain. I'm going to toss it over to the clerk because I'm not clear on your question. So perhaps Clerk Turner, are you able to respond to that, or do you want clarity from Councillor Townsend? Oh, no, the clerk is asking for clarity. Councillor Townsend, please.
Sure. It's unusual for staff to actually recommend something that, at least what I've seen so far, to recommend something that would present a barrier, right? And a barrier could be having quorum and not being seen as transparent or not even following the Municipal Act. So I was wondering, did the staff have any thoughts in mind of things we could do to avoid that or supplement it when they made that suggestion of doing the tour on a bus?
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Clerk Turner.
Have been similar meetings taking place with previous councils, and I'm sure other municipalities. The one thing I would say is to, when the bus is in transit to different locations, that business really should not be discussed in the bus. You would wait till you get to that location, and that would also facilitate the public being present, and then that discussion would take place.
Councillor Townsend, anything further?
Excellent. That's the kind of thing that, you know, I was wondering. That one hadn't crossed my mind, but it certainly would be a solution. I guess the only other thing that I comment about the tour itself is to make sure that we visited the highest priority ones, and I'm suggesting, similar to the request, to say that we should have a priority for West Grey and not necessarily by region. And I'm suggesting that's the way we should tour them as well, so that we understand which ones are the worst within West Grey. So they're the ones we would address first.
Director Shurinsky, any comment?
First of all, I too am a little, I prepared this report at the direction of council. Like we didn't make the suggestion of touring. It was council that asked us to arrange the tour.
Good point.
So that's what the report is all about for today. And it was with the idea that there would be quorum on the bus and so forth. My thought was that we would follow whatever protocols to address the quorum on the bus. And if the public, in fact, wanted to be a part of it, then they could follow along, I suppose. And they may have some questions. And when we're on site, if we're going to, get off the bus and have a look around or that type of thing, and there's the public choose to make a comment, then we'll deal with it just like we would in the council chambers. And I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts with respect to how the tour would go. And as far as to Councillor Townsend's other point with respect to priorities, by all means, if it's the will of council, I can prepare a list of infrastructure that is priority and or I'm trying to think here, and projects that are ongoing. Like for example, if by the time the tour is conducted, say I'm just hypothetically speaking here, if things were to work out that it might be fall time or so, where I'm anticipating that we'll be well into some great discussion about the 2021 budget. That's when that would all kind of sort of come together.
Yeah, I think the listing of where we're going to visit, I think, is really important. It's transparent, and it gives members of the public the schedule of where we're going. It's a very straightforward approach to looking at our infrastructure. Clerk Turner, did you want to mention anything?
Yes, just to clarify, I'm anticipating this would be a special committee of the whole meeting, and at committee of the whole meetings, the public doesn't normally have an avenue for public input unless council as a whole does permit that during the meeting.
Thank you for that. Okay, so now, Councillor Townsend, is there anything further? I've got two other members of council that wish to speak, but you have the mic.
Yeah, I was just going to ask the same question that the clerk just answered.
Okay.
The public speaking, so I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hergert, please.
Yes, thank you. So in May of 2017, Mark and our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works at that time did the exact same thing, a special committee of the whole. We went on a bus tour, and there was an agenda provided ahead of time detailing out the specific areas we were going to. I would recommend to council or to council and to staff, what I would be looking for is exactly what Director Serwinski had just mentioned: budget, needs and wants. This isn't just for public works. It would be inclusive of all of our recreation, any other facilities that we have, right? I would be looking for the top 10 capital projects for a 2021 budget. And then there would be minutes provided afterwards, specific questions council asked, and then the response from staff. So Mark prepared an agenda ahead of the last one and created minutes afterwards, and I would like to see the same process followed. Also allowing, for some estimated times of when we would be at locations in case specific members of the public would like to join us. And we should invite that. These are their buildings. We are their council. This is their staff with answers. I think it would be a great opportunity. So yeah, I guess it'll be Q3 or 4, depending on how COVID goes. So anyway, but looking for a bus tour that we can actually go physically look at these facilities and to the specifics of what they need for next year, or, down the road 2 or 3 years, what they need. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I want to make it absolutely clear to all members of council and anyone listening in, there will absolutely be an agenda and minutes. It will be a meeting of committee of the whole, so that structure absolutely comes into play. We are transparent and we are absolutely working on behalf of our citizens. So the agenda and minutes will be a part of that. So there we go. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I support this in-person tour as well. And given that we can't discuss business on the bus, I don't see there being a benefit to having a bus, and I had the same question as Councillor Shea, could we not carpool less than quorum? And that would be my preference, that we carpool, we charge our mileage, but that we not rent a bus.
I think we were just looking at carbon footprint actually on that one together. So there we go. All right. Any further questions or comments? Clerk Turner, is there a motion to read? Well, we had.
I did read the motion. I can certainly do that again. It is based on booking a bus, and as the mayor alluded to, it may make sense from a carbon footprint to have that one vehicle, as opposed to with staff, you could have 6 or 8 vehicles. Anyway, moved by Councillor Hutchison, second by Councillor Hergert. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby directs staff to book a bus and organize a tour of the infrastructure in West Grey once the COVID-19 pandemic comes to a more permanent conclusion, as outlined in the April 28th, 2020 Committee of the Whole report by the Director of Infrastructure Public Works.
Okay, any comments or questions on the motion before us? All right, on the motion, please indicate yes with a check mark, an X for a no. I'll begin as mayor. I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how are you voting on this motion?
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. And Director Sherinsky, thank you very much for that report and bringing that item forward to us. We are now moving on to the clerk's report. This report is regarding the refreshment vehicle license. Clerk Turner, please. Thank you. We will, I was going to have you put if you have any comments, and then I'd look to you for the motion and then get a mover and seconder. So please proceed with your comments.
The Municipality of West Grey does have an existing refreshment vehicle license bylaw. Refreshment vehicle, other names for it is a mobile food premises, or commonly known as chip wagon. In the existing bylaw, A license can be issued on an annual basis at a cost of $300 on a fixed location only, on land zoned commercial or industrial. So we had an individual that does operate a refreshment vehicle, and that individual was looking at some options in terms of shorter term licensing possibilities for her refreshment vehicle for operating in West Grey. So Council or Committee of the Whole did direct myself to prepare a motion, or a new draft bylaw, I should say. So some of the differences or additions to that, or changes to the bylaw, would include another license that would be issued for a week or less for an event at a cost of $100. So it could be at Durham Herb Fair, for instance. And then as well, consideration was asked that not only lands zoned commercial and industrial be included, but also institutional lands. So that would make it possible for short-term license for a refreshment vehicle, for instance, at the Durham Arena. And then also provides an opportunity for the annual license to be approved for multiple locations as opposed to just one fixed location. So those are the main changes in the draft bylaw. So I could entertain some questions perhaps.
Well,
or the resolution. I do have a resolution.
Yep, keeping with how we've been dealing with this in our process, I would be looking to you to read the motion. Please, Clerk Turner.
Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby recommends Council pass a bylaw to update the Municipality of West Grey Refreshment Vehicle Licensing Bylaw 83-2009 as contained in the April 28th, 2020 Committee of the Whole report by the Clerk.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Thank you. All right. Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion? Just one moment, Councillor Townsend, we will have your mic unmuted. We just had something we had to deal with technically here. Councillor, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Comments or questions, members of council, by raising your hand, starting with Councillor Shea. Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you. It's Councillor Shea. I'm in support of this in principle. I had a couple of questions. First off, the existing bylaw, is it being enforced?
Clerk Turner?
As most bylaws, it's enforced by a complaint, and we haven't had any complaints that I can recall regarding refreshment vehicles. So if there are complaints, we would definitely enforce it through our bylaw enforcement officer.
Okay, so my understanding is that there are people operating vehicles currently and not having any complaints. Why would a newcomer to the field get a license when they can operate license free as long as they, don't entail any complaints?
Clerk Turner?
I suppose those individuals that are more honest in their dealings and transactions would want to abide by the bylaws of the municipality. And if they had a conscience, then they would go ahead and approve or submit a license. I'm not aware myself of any that are operating without approval. But again, if that's brought to staff's attention, that will be addressed.
Thank you for that. I like your characterization of people with a conscience or honest people. So yes, that resonates with me. So you said this is being expanded from commercial and industrial to include institutional. What about municipal property? You mentioned the herb fair. So if somebody wanted to operate either in the parking lot, which would be our property, or even on the road, when that road is, I believe, closed during the Herb Fair?
Yes, so institutional does include all municipal lands.
Okay. I was curious about the exemption of ice cream cone vendors.
If you're, I'm not sure if you're as old as I am, Councillor Shea, I won't ask that question, but a lot of you may recall Dickie D, little push carts. That's something that is the purpose of that exemption.
Okay. And in section 10, part D, the license application may be referred to council for council's consideration prior to issuance. Why would council get involved on a case-by-case basis?
I think it would be at the discretion of myself. There might have been controversy in the past. Maybe certain individuals may have had some past infractions, whether it's refreshment vehicle license or not. Could be an area that I might consider might be more in competition with the existing businesses. It's going to be a rarely used section, but I thought it would be appropriate just in case, just for staff's own and certainly the clerk's own, as an option, just in case there wasn't certainty of how that would be perceived by council.
Okay, and my final, thank you. My final question is, if, like, the differentiation between an annual license and a 1 week or less license, what if, like I see in the application form, you still have to specify what locations you're going to be in. So what about somebody who wants to operate a vehicle like this and go from place to place every weekend throughout the year? Not perhaps knowing at the beginning of the year where they're going to be over the whole duration of the year. Would a 1 year license allow them to do that, or would they have to be applying for a 1 week license every week?
There is in section 14 an option to amend a refreshment vehicle license at a cost of $50. So if through their annual license identified 4 or 5 locations and all of a sudden they wanted another one, they could submit an amendment to the application for $50.
So we wouldn't consider giving somebody a blanket license. Instead, you can go anywhere in the municipality for $300.
If that is council's, certainly if council's direction, if they wish that, we do require correspondence or letters from, if it's obviously if they don't own the property, we have to get consent form from the owner, for instance, to allow them to be on that property. So would be more unregulated. And I don't recall any other municipalities I checked with similar bylaws if there's a blanket on limited number of locations they can attend to. I am concerned, I do have concerns that, there's an issue of fairness. As you know, there's restaurant owners that pay taxes year round, and these refreshment vehicle license will in part impact their businesses. So trying to be fair and in terms of how this bylaw is crafted.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Councillor Townsend, please.
Councillor Johnson, thank you. To begin with, I'd like to talk about the cost as well. I'm wondering if someone did this 3 times in a year, would we automatically grant them an annual license? And then could they move was going to be my question, but obviously you've covered that fairly well, Clerk Turner, so I appreciate that. The other one had to do with contraventions. And there's a statement that says, for every day the contravention continues, right, then constitutes a separate and distinct offense. I'm assuming that means once notice has been given, rather than just if someone comes back and says, well, they've been doing it for a week.
I would echo that.
Assumption?
Yes, I would concur with that comment.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if we can clarify that just to make sure that it's not seen as, how would you put it, sort of predatory by complaint, that kind of thing. So hopefully we could get some wording changes on that, right? On page 37, we talked about sort of the location of the vehicle. And I'm wondering, do they have to be a certain distance away from any restrictive spot? Do you know what I mean? So for example,
As a temporary building, they aren't really regulated by the building code, as I understand, or the bylaw. I would, if it's, for instance, if it's by a municipal road or even a county road, I would probably have the public works, whether from the municipality or the county, comment if they were closer, fairly proposing to locate fairly close to the road allowance to ensure there isn't any impact on snow removal, for instance. And part of that would be they would be submitting a kind of a sketch of indication of where that refreshment vehicle would be located on the property.
yeah, sorry, I should have been a little more precise. I was thinking things like you can't participate or set up at an event unless you get the owners or the operator of that event permission.
Correct.
But what if you do it outside a building, or you did it on the sidewalk, which doesn't impede anything else that's said? And if you've already got that right to do that, so you don't have to apply, then the municipality wouldn't know that's going to happen. But the person needs to know that if there's an event going on, right, they have to stay a certain distance. Otherwise, they just move outside and away they go. They can still pick up some of the business. I know there was a concern from Homecoming 2022 about they wanted to be able to have local vendors who have already expressed a concern with the refreshment vehicles as their prime suppliers, and not have people just showing up to do it, right, by being in the area.
So if I could respond to that, you may recall the Durham Herb Fair was going to have a refreshment vehicle license on the road. The road, or even if it's a sidewalk, would be owned by the municipality. If it's on a municipal road allowance or a county road allowance, it'd be the county. And then therefore they would have to get approval. And also part of that was closing the road during that part. And that's been delegated authority to the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. So they would have to get approval to put that vehicle license, whether on a sidewalk or a road, from the municipality.
Okay. Last comment is under 2A. It's on page 37 of our package. It says, or it ends by saying that the business does not operate between the hours of 11 p.m. and 10 a.m. the following day. I'm not sure why that's there. Like, should the following day?
Well, do you, I guess, I'm not sure if you'd want refreshment vehicle license operating between 11 at night and 8 in the morning.
Had it said that and stopped, I wouldn't have had the comment, but it does say the following day. So I'm not sure why.
11 p.m. and 8 a.m. the following, okay.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, rather
Yeah.
than, yeah, gotcha.
I could have taken out the following day, I guess. It would still be applicable. Well,
Yeah, sorry, I'd read that slightly differently.
okay. So in terms of section 22 regarding the contravention, I could amend that to include once notice of contravention has been provided by them or given by the municipality, that the continued contravention of this bylaw constitutes a separate and distinct offense. I can change that if that is would satisfy your comments there.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, good. Appreciate that. Councillor Hergert now.
Unfortunately, I feel like this bylaw has not been enforced before, and I feel like in this very instance, we had a legitimate business that came to us and was stopped with their business model because we had a rule and a regulation in place that we haven't been enforcing. So I feel that's unfortunate, and that's in the past. Moving forward, I'm not sure that we should limit the time of day in which a business would like to operate. I feel that if they're a business and they've paid the money, then go ahead and let them operate. We wouldn't tell a private location, a physical location, what time of day they could run their operation. Doesn't speak to anything about alcohol in here, so has no outside regulations. This would just be something that would limit the hours in which they can do business. I also think that's really a hazard right now because they are one of the businesses that can keep going right now. So
could we just get a comment from Clerk Turner? He's raised his hand, so I'd like to have that
certainly
addressed.
If that's the recommendation from Committee of the Whole, the hours can be removed. However, Council should be aware of that. In fact, we do limit hours of operation for certain businesses, including gravel pits and kennels.
Do we ever limit any restaurant or commercial operation? You mentioned kennels. Is there any restaurants that have limitations on the hours in which they can operate?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay, so I would seek the removal of 2A. The next item had to
excuse me, Councillor Hergert. I do see that our CIO would like to comment on that. So let's have her comment and then you can proceed after that.
Thank you.
Madam CIO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would just like to ask a question of the clerk. Our noise bylaw, however, would impact a food truck, a very successful food truck operating beyond the time limit of the noise bylaw.
Clerk Turner.
I don't know the noise bylaw by memory. However, I think it just speaks to noise. And I think when you're operating as a normal business would, I don't know if that would be impacted by the noise bylaw unless there is unusual and noise, whether it was a extremely loud music being played at the site, for instance.
And respectfully, I might say that would be included in Schedule C, where we ask the refreshment operator to sign and say that they will observe all other bylaws, rules, regulations, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that it's covered in a different way.
Madam CIO, did you have anything further? You had the mic.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I think that's fair, and I'm not looking to restrict. I just wanted to make sure that we are thorough in, what we're trying to achieve here. So I appreciate that, Councillor Hergert. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, proceed, Councillor Hergert.
So as for moving the operations around, I am absolutely fine if a business, these mobile food restaurants wish to move around. I think that's in their business plan. It has nothing to do with us until we get down to this nearly unenforced bylaw before. So I'm curious, and I'd like a comment from the rest of council really about, can we allow these to move around? I think as long as they're following public health, they're following the propane licensing, they're following all these other rules, do we really have a problem with them moving around? I don't. And so I would like, that's a significant portion of this bylaw I would like changed.
All right, anything further, Councillor Hergert?
Not at this time.
Members of council, are there any other comments or questions on this? Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just wanted to check in with staff. Did we notify, I believe the Moyes family who were here with their, last time we spoke about this. I believe at that time we indicated that we'd let them know when it come back in front of Committee of the Whole. And did we make that connection?
Clerk Turner.
I can confirm that through our assistant to the clerk's office, Lindsay Glazer, she did notify Ms. Moyes of this.
Excellent.
Demand.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks for the discussion. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Let me see. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The only thing I just listened to all this, but for as far as moving around at free at will, if they could get access to a business's property just to go in there, whatever their arrangements would be. One thing I find about that is if somebody has paid their permanent thing for the year, and all of a sudden we're allowing other ones to infringe on what little small territory they have. That, and I just don't want to see these things at every street corner. We're certainly not downtown Toronto, so I'd rather we kind of stick to having some kind of control where they're going, or have a schedule so that at least we're protecting the businesses that are in place, or even another trailer that's paying for the annual location. Thank you.
Clerk Turner, any response?
Yeah, again, just to confirm that if they do apply for an annual license, they can specify a number of locations that they wish to locate their business at, and that would be approved upon review. I guess if there's basically no limit as to where they locate, that how do we know the owner's given consent? And as mentioned, will there be 2 or 3 on the same location? Or obviously if it's on a municipal property, they're going to have to get our consent anyways. It just seems it's a little less regulated, a little more control in the bylaw as printed. Again, to the enforcement, if we're made known that there is any vehicles out there that are not licensed, then that will be dealt with.
Oh, thank you, Clerk Turner. I just like the way it's kind of wrote there now. So, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, thank you. I'd like to support the Deputy Mayor's position because my experience in Toronto showed things got pretty heated when multiple people showed up on a corner and they were both selling similar product or competing product, and you saw the sales disappearing from one, et cetera. And I don't think we want to create that environment. And certain people that do those vehicles, and maybe it wouldn't be as much up here, can be predatory for business. And I don't think you want to create that environment either. So I prefer having to define where you are going to be, getting the permission. Otherwise, you're going to get infringement on people's properties as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All these items are being considered when this bylaw comes forward. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I have one other question. Are nonprofits exempt from this? And I guess my very specific example would be something like Arts Fest in the summer when the Lions Club shows up. They're obviously selling burgers and brats and so on. And there's a component of that that's alcohol. Are they exempt from this? I don't see any exemption for nonprofits.
Clerk Turner.
There are no exemptions in terms of refreshment vehicle licenses.
Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
So then the Lions Club would have to buy a vehicle refreshment license for their events? And to that point, they might be moving around more than a commercial operation, let's say.
I guess if they wanted to operate a refreshment vehicle license, then yes, they would.
So when you say refreshment vehicle license, in that point, they're selling food, right? They're taking money. What makes them not, the other example of the Amy Moyes example? What's the difference?
I'm just not certain that our clerk was quite finished his discussion before you started questioning again. So Clerk Turner, I wonder if you could provide your response.
Again, the refreshment vehicle definition of 1.9 means a motor vehicle, trailer, cart, or any conveyance driven by any kind of power, including muscular power used for sale, preparation, dispensing of food. So if it met that criteria, then that a license would have to apply. If it's some kind of permanent building being sold out of, then this bylaw would not apply to that.
So I believe there should be an exemption for nonprofits, because I think just the example that I gave, I think the Lions Club would then have to be, or any other organization, right? If they fit this 1.9 and they're out using a cart, motor vehicle, you know, even if it's muscle power, you got to hitch it to something for the sale, preparation, and dispensing of food and drink. I think we need to make an exception for nonprofit organizations.
And there is a section 9 exemption where council can exempt certain groups, organizations from this bylaw.
I would be seeking an amendment to that section 9 to include exemption.
So if that is done, then it comes back again to if the Lions Club wants to have an independent refreshment vehicle operator attend on property during their event, not necessarily themselves operating it. So that kind of certainly changes the intent of this bylaw, and it's still at the same time, Lions Club, et cetera, do not own property, at least the parks, et cetera. It'd be the municipality that would give approval of that.
Okay.
So, well, just to be clear, I am seeking an exemption for the nonprofit sector.
When that comes forward in the bylaw,
Yep.
we can address it. Anything further? Oh, Clerk Turner?
Well, certainly I would need direction from committee of the whole, and is that for their own purposes again, or if they're going to hire a private operator refreshment vehicle license to come in on their event. This is where it started with Ms. Moyes, who we mentioned during the Durham Herb Fair. They're interested in having a proprietor of a refreshment vehicle license participate in that event. So to obviously provide an option for foods and refreshments during that operation. So if you're exempting all that, then I guess that's fine, but they'll still need approval from the municipality. And I'm not sure if the clerk would have that authority now unless it's delegated. Well, it is delegated refreshment vehicle licenses, but if they're exempted, then is it the clerk going to give approval to allow them to use whatever site they're locating, or is it going to be council itself? I'll have to go back to.
All right, anything further?
Well, I guess I'm unclear how we're going to resolve this. Like just the nonprofit part.
I gather if the majority of committee of the whole wants to recommend an exemption or in that regard, then the bylaw will be amended.
So can I seek an amendment to this proposed bylaw for section 9? Just stating that exemption for nonprofit or charitable organizations?
Yeah, I think that's in order because you actually are the seconder for the motion to approve the staff report and the recommendations contained therein. So you're the seconder, and who was the mover? Councillor Townsend, are you in favor of that as the mover?
Councillor Townsend, not as a general exemption, because I have the same concerns that the clerk has, and that is that without more restrictive language, which defines it, so that we know that another licensed vendor sort of is not using that loophole to get more business. I don't think that would be fair on the other ones.
Okay, so you're not accepting it at this point?
Not unless we can come up with more restrictive language rather than just a general, because we don't know what will happen as a result of making it general. I still like the idea it comes to council.
Okay, so you're looking at your motion standing as is. That's fine. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Hergert, anything further? We've got two other speakers.
Yeah, the language in section 9 always speaks that someone could come ask for specific exemption. But I think that we're not doing a service to our service clubs if we, I mean, basically the Lions Club or any other organization, be it the Rotary, whoever it is, would need to come and get this to sell burgers, brats, pop like they've always done.
Thank you very much. Anything further?
No.
Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. I think we're getting a little confused. This policy or whatever is really for refreshment vehicles for profit, is it not?
Clerk Turner?
Well, even if it's, again, for the Durham Herb Fair, which is the Agriculture Society, perhaps, even though it's a nonprofit group on the event, it certainly would normally be a private operator that they would request their participation. I guess if a nonprofit organization had their own refreshment vehicle license, then it would apply as well.
Yeah, that's right. So I think Councillor Hergut suggesting that, say, the Lions are running a food booth or a freshman vehicle, which in most cases, I don't know that they have one, and I think in most cases they're just running like a food booth. So to me, this bylaw is for refreshment vehicles for profit. We're licensing them. If someone like the Herb Fair wants to invite a food truck to their event, then they invite them to the event. Maybe we have to get permission to be able to put it where they're putting it or whatever, but I don't see the logic behind being involving non-profit groups that are not running a refreshment vehicle. And even if they are, then we would probably know about it if they were running one. So I think we just keep it clear and simple.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I appreciate the point that Councillor Hergert has raised. I might suggest an amendment to the motion that would say a refreshment vehicle operated by a nonprofit be exempt from the fees within the bylaw. Would that address the concerns of Councillor Hergert and capture all the control measures that we want in place in regulating these vehicles?
Clerk Turner, is that in order in terms of the motion before us?
Could be included, yes, as part of the amendment. There also were a couple other amendments, which at least the one with the contravention part that I was going to incorporate anyway. And we still have to, I still need some direction from the one comment about removing the hours of operation as well. But those could be all encompassing if I guess if there's direction, you could do it through a amending motion, or if there's a consensus of council that would be part of that amending bylaw resolution to incorporate those changes.
Okay, so let's try to see if it would be appropriate within the current motion that we have before us. Councillor Townsend, would you be in favor of this?
I would if it said owned and operated. Otherwise, my other concern still stands in the sense that operating it doesn't mean you own it.
Okay.
And it's the owner that gets the fee, correct?
Clerk Turner?
Yes, I think that's a good point. If it was owned and operated, if they had their own refreshment vehicle license, as opposed to, a permanent building that they sell food out of, which wouldn't be germane to this bylaw. But yes, I think if it was owned and operated by a nonprofit, that would be something worth considering.
Right.
Was there anything else that you needed sort of direction from our mover and seconder to clarify this main motion? Clerk Turner?
Yes, the hours of operation, I think.
Right.
That was brought up as part of that once the main motion was entertained. So I am looking for some direction whether or not the mover and seconder would entertain that, and then of course.
Can I comment on that, please?
Consensus of council before it's voted on.
Okay, so we've got clarity from the clerk. Councillor Townsend, you have the mic.
Yes. If we don't restrict any other food, I don't know why it's there, number one. And number two is we have noise bylaws that are in effect for 24 hours. So if they're going to be misbehaving during the day, then we pick that up. And if they only do it at night, again, you'll get complaints, particularly at night. So I think it'll kind of be self-regulating.
Okay, good. You're good with that, Clerk Turner? So now I'm going to go to the seconder, which is Councillor Hergert. Are you fine with all the amendments folded within the main motion? Could somebody unmute Councillor Hergert's mic, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, no limit to the time of day in which they can operate. The nonprofit exemption from the fees. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for that wording. And was there another change? Sorry.
Clerk Turner, was there anything further?
The three I have is again the nonprofits own they own an operative refreshment vehicle exempted from the fees, and then the issue of the contravention, which will be addressed as I earlier noted through Councillor Townsend's comment. And then again, if then potentially removal of the restriction on the hours of operation in Schedule A, I think 2 brackets A.
Yeah. I'm good with those changes.
Thank you. Okay. All right, is there any other comments? All right, Clerk Turner, could you please read the motion and then I'll call for the vote.
By Councillor Townsend, second by Councillor Hamilton. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby recommends Council pass the bylaw as amended to update the Municipality of West Grey refreshment vehicle licensing bylaw 83-2009 as contained in the April 28th, 2020 Committee of the Whole report by the clerk. And again, those changes will be an exemption for refreshment vehicles owned and operated by nonprofit organizations, that those fees be exempted, removing these hours of operation limitation in Schedule A, brackets 2A, and the issue of the contravention that the after notice of contravention is given, then the fee, the fines can continue after that or proceed after that.
Okay, I'm about to call the vote, but I do see a hand up. Oh, good. All right, hands are gone. All right, now I have a couple hands up, starting with Councillor Hergert.
I believe I seconded that. I believe Mark just made a clerical misread on a seconder, but.
Oh.
Councillor Townsend, Councillor Hergert. Thank you, Councillor Hergert. Councillor Shea, anything? Your hand's gone? All right, I'm okay with that. On the motion, all those in favor signify by a check mark. All those opposed signify with an X mark. Clerk Turner, before I call the vote.
Just one further comment. So under our notice provision bylaw, a bylaw to issue a business license or to amend one requires a public meeting. So I will schedule, probably give notice May 5th council, and then public meeting will proceed on May 19th if all goes well with the amended bylaw.
Very good. Okay, on the motion, I will start. I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion does carry. Thank you. Now we are moving on to the reports from our CAO, of which there are 3 of them, beginning with the 2020 first quarter update. Members of council, could you please take your check marks off so we have a clear dashboard? Hello, Madam CAO. Could you please begin your update with regard to the 2020 programs?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, you will see before you our very first reporting on our new strategic vision plan. We had made the commitment to report quarterly. So what is captured in this report is as of March 31st. I have to say this report was prepared in time, but then COVID changed everybody's scheduling. So it is before you at this point. And since this report was done, there has been a few adjustments with our decisions made through our budget process, which will be reflected in the Q2 report. So I'm happy to take any questions.
I'm sure there will be questions, but thank you very much for the detailed report. I quite like it, and I'm very pleased with it. Councillor Shea, you have the floor. I mean the mic.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam CAO, for this report. It's very instructive, and I'm glad to see that it's aligning with our strategic plan and that our strategic plan is coming into play. A couple of quick questions, or some are comments. The fourth item, third item on the first page, review committee of council structure and procedural bylaw to empower and encourage diversity. I'd just like to stress how important I think that is. I have had people telling me with some of our committees that they are sometimes perceived as somewhat insular, that when a vacancy comes up on the committee, the members of the committee propose a name for somebody to fill that vacancy, and then that gets sent into council, it gets approved, and sometimes people feel that they don't really have a chance to get on to these committees if they're not already sort of in the right circle. So I think that reviewing that committee structure in order to encourage diversity is going to be really important. And I'm glad to see that we're moving in that direction. I had a couple of others, but I think I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay, well, I want to say very well. Actually, I want to say that was a really good point, Councillor Shea, and thank you for bringing that forward, because that's our role. We are representing our citizens at large, so communicating that is extremely important. So yeah, a review of our committee structure, but also our application process in terms of how we're communicating out that we have a vacancy or a number of vacancies, you know, in terms of social media, our new website, which is on track for a launch in June, and any other communication vehicle that we can advise our citizens that we have vacancies. So we will endeavor to improve on that for sure. And I do want to say our normal process is to have the report and then also to identify with the motion before us. In this particular case, the recommendation is to receive the information. So we're not looking for a motion on this. So I just wanted to make that clear as we move along here. Councillor Shea, was there anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend then.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. A couple of questions. I didn't see anything about the service review, but I thought there was some action being taken in the first quarter, including potentially getting an additional grant from the government, right? The provincial government. Mm-hmm. Was I out of step on the timing of that, Madam CAO?
Madam CAO, please.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. And 3, Madam Mayor, you're correct. It was a timing glitch, well, not a glitch, but just the way the timing went. The RFP has already been issued for the service review. It was awarded not in conjunction with the adoption of this strategy.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I guess we'll see that in the future, correct?
That's correct, Councillor. We are anticipating that to close mid-May, and I'm hoping the work can begin shortly thereafter.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Second
Thank you.
comment had to do with under clear communication for Pillar 1. It says implement online services, and I'm assuming that that was specific to those 3 tools rather than any improvement that might come out of the service agreement. Is that correct? Sorry, the
CAO?
service review.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. That is correct, Councillor. Those 3 initiatives are underway already, and whatever comes out of the review, we will bring those to Council for consideration.
Okay, thank you. And my third and last one doesn't relate to what's been done as much as when you talk about promote community. I wondered whether or not somewhere along the line we have the welcome package activity that we talked about with BIA and Chamber of Commerce, et cetera, because we can promote our community through that to new people, new businesses, and that kind of thing. So I just didn't want to lose sight of that somewhere in the future. So not a critique. I love the report. It's very clear, very concise, and it really tells you what you need to know. Thank you.
Well, there you go, Madam CAO. Nice compliment, which I echo, but could you respond to that, please?
Yes,
not the compliment,
thank you.
the question.
Oh, well, the compliment is all due to our clerk assistant, Lindsay Glazier. She did a fantastic job formatting this for us. As far as the other comment, I would say perhaps under the develop a visitor and marketing strategy, I have envisioned the Economic Development Committee working on that. That could be that community profile piece as well.
Super, thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank
Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. Just first of all, I'd like to thank the CEO for the work and for Lindsay on work on this. Pillar 1, I just wondered about under building partnerships. It mentions that support community groups, and then we have grants to organizations, and we have a yellow or a green check mark saying we've completed that. But I'm just wondering we should clarify that we really didn't do that. We did it and then we took it away, other than for our hospital and our food bank. So should we say grants to organization as revised, or what's your thoughts on that?
Good point. Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. And that was my thinking in my intro. As of March 31st, we had intended on the grants to organizations proceeding as presented. I would propose in the next update that will be changed to maybe a yellow, or I'm not sure. We may have to clarify, because you're correct. That has taken a different turn.
Okay, thank you.
Good. This is a good report, members of council, to hang on to. We'll have questions from our citizens, so you've got the information right at your fingertips. Okay, Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I was looking for 2 items to be included in these work plans. The first one would be an asset management 2.0. I believe Carrie's working on that. It has been for a while. Just wanting to fit that in somewhere, because asset management is very important. Wasn't sure if maybe this worked best under building a better future, and that really kind of speaks more to where we might find that, I think. But the asset management, that's been ongoing work.
We can fold that in.
Madam
CAO,
Mayor, if I may.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor, thank you for the question. Under Pillar 2, Vibrant Community, you will notice that there is developing funding strategies for asset management. So that we've sort of captured it a little bit, so we could just flesh that out a bit more to make sure that, that would be in conjunction with the asset management plan.
Yeah, I think that's great.
So then my only other comment would be our partnerships. I know that there was one work done with ATEL, and I just want to capture that good work that has been done, because really we've been able to organize, a tower on top of our tower, and collectively that's one of the infrastructure pieces we need. So I'm very pleased with that partnership that's already happened, and I look forward to more of those. So I want that to be on your success list. Has already happened, but a real winner in the future if we could get to more of those. Thank you very much for your work and for all of staff's work on this. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? This is a report that is just for information, so we're not looking for a motion on this one, but anything further before we move on? Okay, well done, Madam CAO, to you and your staff. Now we are dealing with the police station RFP. Madam CAO, take us through the your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the report, I hope the report provides adequate background information. It's generated partly from a motion at the January 28th council meeting, and partly because we are at the point where we can proceed with this project. There's two recommendations that I'd like council to consider today. One is having a look at the draft request for proposal. We can have a conversation about how that came to be. And the second request is that the West Grey Police Building Committee be dissolved, as in my opinion, I believe that committee has met its objective, and any further conversations about the building could just come directly to council.
Thank you. Clerk Turner, could you read the motion?
Resolved that the Committee of the Whole receive report CEO, Police Station Draft Request for Proposal, RFP, for information, and further that the Committee of the Whole recommends Council direct staff to finalize the draft RFP and issue according to the RFP schedule, and further that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the West Grey Police Building Committee be dissolved, as that committee has met its objective.
Is there a mover? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion? Oh, pardon me. Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion? Sorry about that. Deputy Mayor, yes. That came up first.
Yep. Hi, it's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Yes, I will move that motion.
Thank you. Councillor, let me see, Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchison, yes, I second the motion.
Okay. Questions or comments, please? Can we get rid of the check marks and then hands up if you have questions or comments? Thank you very much, members of council. On the motion, any questions or comments? Seeing none? Pardon me? I'm not seeing any. Oh, just a minute, members of council. Okay, one moment. Okay, sorry, I will have to have my screen scrolling up. But to begin with, on the questions, Councillor Shea, please. Just one moment, Councillor Shea. We just have a technical point. And then scroll up. Perfect. Okay, I just had to get my dashboard back. Councillor Shea, we will unmute you in 1 second. Just please bear with us, and thank you, Supervisor Hewlett, for helping me correct the dashboard here. So for Councillor Shea to be unmuted. Councillor Shea, thank you for that latitude. Please proceed.
So this motion is to basically accept this report, I understand it.
Yes, there's a couple other things for the report, but also to dissolve the West Grey Building Committee. Okay.
Okay. Yes. So I had a couple of comments about the report and questions. In the section on comparing other similar projects, it stated that the Saugeen OPP station, I think that should be Saugeen Shores Municipal Police Force station.
Yes. And thank you for that clarity, but please proceed. Anything further?
Yes, so I had reached out to them because I'm on the committee and on the police service board as well, to find out their building came in, according to the newspaper reports, as on time and on budget, under budget actually. I don't know if that was just a PR thing or if it was actually true, but I reached out to them and they were willing to share the keys to their success, including the plans and planning documents for their building. And I think the last I left it, because I was talking with someone on their police service board, I think the chairperson of their police service board, that our CAO, the two CAOs would communicate. And I was curious if that communication has happened. Specifically, when they were telling me about the success, one of the things that they said was integral to the success was having a full-time project manager. That's somebody who wasn't attached to the firm that won the bid, and it wasn't somebody who had an existing job within the municipality and who could only dedicate themselves part-time. So I wanted to find out if there were elements from their success story that we could be incorporating into our project.
Madam CAO, could you comment on that and the idea of a separate project manager in addition?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Madam Mayor. I have not had the conversation with Saugeen Shores CAO. Happy to do so. Our proposal is that our chief building official would be the manager of this project, and the successful architect would be the direct contact.
Okay, well, as I say, maybe a further discussion with the CAO at Saugeen Shores would be in order. I would encourage that just to, learn from everyone's best experience. We also indicate that funding sources and grants would be explored once the project scope is finalized. The timeline that's been presented is quite aggressive, and I'm just concerned that the turnaround time for getting funding usually has some lag built into it. And I wonder if we're not going to be cutting ourselves off from potential funding sources if we're trying to move forward with a very aggressive timeline. And I believe Councillor Townsend did some research into that area, so he may have some points to bring up in regard to that as well.
I expect he will. And
Thank you.
Yeah, he's definitely on the list. But Madam CIO, to the comment of just moving our RFP forward.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. This proposed timeline was set. I have to tell you, this RFP saw the light of day in 2018. So there's been some changes since then. And I would, if our Director of Finance is here, I know that she's got some information on the cycle of grants or funding opportunities. The dates can be adjusted. I would just hate to delay unnecessarily, but that's a conversation we can have for sure.
Director Mighton, could you comment, please?
Yeah, like the CEO said, the last time we had looked at this, it was very far out. We still were in the process of trying to secure land. So once we get some parameters on it, we've looked at, we had previously been looking with some FCM funding and different avenues that way. So now that we've sort of in a point to move something forward, we can start trying to apply for those. Some of those are loans in connection with a percentage that is grantable if we sign up for the loan portion. So there's a few different avenues that we'll try to pursue there.
Very good. Anything further? Councillor Shea.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. I'm just looking at the draft under Section 2, specific conditions, which is page 74 on our report. 2.4 talks about negotiation. I just wondered about this. It says municipality reserves the right to negotiate with the lowest compliant bidder. But then further down in the report, it talks about that the lowest bidder is not necessarily the one that's going to be accepted. So is there a conflict there somehow, how that's worded?
Madam CIO.
Thank you for the question. I'm just scrolling through. I know that the the language that talks about it's not necessarily going to be the lowest bidder, that comes into play because we're doing a 2-envelope system. So there's points awarded for the proposal itself and the costing. And then that would get us to our compliant bidder. I wonder if our CBO is available on the call to add some of his comment with his experience on this as well.
CBO Shipwreck, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I agree with CAO Johnson. Because it is a 2-process system, you are picking you are going to review the applications based on experience, but you may find when you get to the cost phase that the most experienced and the person that you want the most to do the design for you price may be twice the cost. So that's when you may choose to negotiate because you really want that designer. You may choose to negotiate with that designer and determine why his cost is so much higher than everybody else's. Maybe just because he's more expensive, he feels he should be able to charge more, which is fair sometimes. So he may decide he could be willing to, reduce his fee by a certain percentage. Maybe he wouldn't. So that's why we sort of do it as that 2-process. You have multiple selection criteria to make your decision based on whether it's, like I said, whether it's experience or whether it's based on cost alone.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, if I may.
Yes, of course.
So on page 74, I'm just wondering, negotiations, municipality, 2.4, the municipality reserves the right to negotiate with the lowest compliant bidder. So is that still okay? Like, because on 84, it does say that it corrects that and says municipality may not be obligated to select the lowest cost of any proposal.
So I'm going with CBO Shipwreck. Your comment on that.
Yeah, that's right. It just says, sorry, I'm just scrolling down to the page right now. I think it says they're not obligated to pick the lowest bidder. So it's basically up to us. Like if we decide that, we really like the experience and we really like a certain designer, then the selections committee can determine that they don't, they're willing to pay a little bit more for that experience. So they're not obligated to pick the lowest fee. Like I said, you have that option to negotiate with that the person you like the best, and then make the decision. Well, maybe he's willing to come down, a certain price, but he's still, after you've willing to negotiate his price, he may still not be the lowest bidder. And then at that point, you have to decide whether you want to go with him at a higher cost or go with somebody else.
Okay, so yeah, so that's fine. It sounds like that leaves you some flexibility, and I just wanted to question the wording, but it sounds okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, Councillor Townsend's here. I've got a couple of areas, some of which have been touched on, but I'd like to elaborate on. On the lowest compliant bidder, I think compliance is the driver rather than the price. So I again wondered whether it was the highest compliant bidder, but we don't necessarily have to take the low price. Anyway, I'll leave that for you guys to work out. My general question is, what else other than this RFP in the way of information is being shared as part of the package when you send this out to the potential bidders?
Madam CIO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Townsend, we have mapping that is available. The address of the property is clearly stated, so it's our expectation that a bidder will take the time to make themselves familiar. There is a study that's been completed, which the geotechnical report, it would be available if the bidder would like to request that. And CBO Shipwreck, is there anything that I'm missing that would be part of the package?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, I believe CAO Johnson's covered all the items. Really, this RFP is we're not choosing a designer based on a design. We're choosing a designer based on experience. So it's basically they're providing us, their references, their information, their past experience, their projects, and then we're choosing a designer based on, on their experience and their past projects. They're not providing any type of design for us to review and selection based on the design at this point.
Okay, so my second question is, did we actually, if I read this correctly, are we actually looking for someone to oversee this from the beginning right through, like design, right through to the finish of construction?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. We are reviewing, this person we would hire them. They would complete a design through consultation with staff and council. They would complete the design, they would complete the application and all, related drawings required for a building permit. They would be required to stay on the project as the Architect Act and the Engineers of Ontario Act requires that they do review, their drawings on site. The Building Code Act also requires that engineers and architects do review on certain projects, and a police station would definitely fall under that project under Part 3 of the Building Code for sure, and they would have to do all on-site review.
Right, okay, I was making sure I understood it correctly from what I read. I guess my question is, how do they possibly cost out things like the construction, et cetera, without some idea of the scope of work, which you didn't say was included in the sense of, say, the size of the building, the number of people, number of parking spots, like all kinds of things that, to me, actually define the project. So I'm a little concerned about how you would get a price or an understanding of the scope of that project without understanding the scope of the work.
CBO Shipwreck, please.
Yes, thank you. They're not providing us a price for the building. All they're doing is providing us a price for the design. So they're only providing us, and through the list of the CEO Johnson provided for those types of, the amount of work involved is not going to vary much depending, we've given them an approximate size of structure, approximate number of occupants. They're going to have a pretty good idea of what, what's involved with that, the amount of work it's going to take to do the drawings and the amount of time and review that would be required as part of the construction process. So I don't see any issue with them providing us a cost for the design and the oversight of the construction. That's something that architects and engineers for projects like this do on a daily basis. But we just need to be clear, we're not asking them to provide us a cost of construction for the building.
Thank you. Madam CAO, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And to build on what our CBO has just shared, page 13 of the RFP, but page 79 of the package, section 3.1, we do list some of the things that we would be looking for in the way of size, the building itself. We're looking at, in fact, we even talk about a 2 or 3 bay garage. We talk about some environmental options that we would like to have them consider. And then the scope of work outlines some of those other factors that we know of. But Mr. Shipwreck's quite right. This is to retain the expertise, and then there's going to be a little bit more work from that point for sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything further?
Yes. First of all, I did see that, and one of my concerns was, does council agree that they'll support that kind of organization? And this came up during the development charges, right? It was the first time I'd heard the 30 number in the way of police. And it kind of surprised me a bit because that's pretty large. And do we need 30 offices? Do we need even 22 for that matter? Because I've heard the chief say that they're outfitting the police cars to the level that we want them out on the road as much as necessary. So you might actually get away with a smaller building that allows you to have a bay of offices rather than one per, and et cetera, et cetera. And, I certainly didn't understand all that, and I'm not sure that the rest of council does. I'd leave that up to them to comment, but that kind of concerned me a bit when I heard that during development charges. And it's showing up again, and I'm not sure that we've gone through that. So, and what that means from a budget perspective, and what can we afford going forward? How do we mitigate that if there's options? Things of that nature. So I was a little concerned about that. Anyway, I'll just leave that where it's at, but I'm sure that'll come up in the discussion.
Madam CIO, do you have a comment to that, just in terms of seeking clarity?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll rely on my colleagues on the senior management team, but oh goodness, it was about I don't even recall, 2018, I suppose. We invited a number of architects to come and help us understand what we would be looking at. These numbers came from those workshops, and that's where these figures came from, based on their experience and their recommendations. I believe we had 4 or 5 different architectural firms come in to share their experience, their expertise, and this is where we landed. So that's where those are coming from. And I'm sorry, I should have included that in my introduction. I don't know if any of the other members of the senior management team that attended those meetings has anything further to add, but that's the history behind that.
So I'm looking to see if there's anybody else that wishes to comment on that. CBO Shipwreck, is there any comment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize. I wasn't on the senior management team at that point. I was not with the municipality, so I wasn't a part of those meetings.
Right.
But that is what the discussion with the architect after you've hired him. You will go through that process of he will sort of determine what your budget is, and then he will determine what kind of structure you can get for that budget. That's why you're hiring somebody with the experience that will be able to help you through those steps. How many offices do you need for 30 or 22 or however many officers is decided. That number really isn't going to affect the overall price of what he charges as a design. It may affect it minorly if it's a 10,000 square foot building instead of a 14,000 square foot. There might be a small amount of design fee change there, but it's not going to be drastic. So I don't think those type of details are things we should get caught up in right now. Those are the kind of details you want to work with your architect after he's hired to determine what that the scope of his design will be after the fact.
Good, thank you for that.
Anything
further? Yeah.
Yeah. What else sort of scared me was I also did some research into the Saugeen office, and 6.8 million for 15,000 square feet. They have 14.5 headcount basically allocated to them, and we're talking 30. So depending how that happens, this could get really scary from a price perspective, both to build and to maintain, both from a facility and from a police force perspective. So I'm not judging whether it's right or wrong. What I'm judging is that I don't think it's as light a topic as you may think. And those numbers are available from their website, which is where I went first to determine that. And I do get concerned about those aspects because whatever decision we make up front can affect where we end up at the end. So again, my preference would be to have council agree that that's what it is, and we understand the complexity of how the headcount translates into square foot, translates into offices, translates into cost, and that's both on an ongoing basis and the build. My other topic had to do with the project management, and I agree 100%. It should be independent, should not be related. I've done dozens and dozens of projects either as a project manager or sponsor or a participant. And I'll tell you, the ones that worked the absolute best are the ones where your project manager is not aligned to either of the other two parties. And the reason for that is that they use the methodology to manage a project and they don't have to play the politics. And sometimes politics gets in the way. And I don't mean because we're a municipality. I mean politics in the general sense of the word of trying to please one master over another, and where you go, that doesn't normally happen with an independent project manager. So if I was doing it, I would lean towards that very strongly. to make sure that that's covered.
Good. And there's a few of us on council that have the experience of being a participant in the either reconstruction or new build of municipal facilities. Do you have anything further, Councillor Townsend?
I'm just checking my notes to make sure.
Okay.
No, I think that's all for now.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Councillor Hergert.
First one, well, my first comment really goes to exactly what Councillor Townsend was bringing up, is that I think there's a lot of angst in the public about how much this could cost, and especially if we're trying to outfit a future expansion of the police. I think that as council, we should set, subject to the Police Services Act, we should set, a level of building that we can afford. And so obviously the Police Services Act and the Building Code are going to have to be adhered to. I don't know what the Police Services Act says about a complement and number of office spaces for a municipality of 13,000 people. So I think that there's also some discussion that's wanting to be had within our community about a lot of people that are going to be paying for this are the, good people that pay for the police and hopefully never use them. I think there's a desire to have this police station be more of a community facility. We have community policing. We want our officers to have a relationship with everyone in the community, be it young, old, everyone in between. And I think this is the opportunity that if we build it right, then we will have an opportunity for the payors of the police station to come in and visit without collecting their stolen property. So I think we really need to think about who's paying for this and what do we need at minimum. Of course, we can go over the top, but I think as long as we're adhering to the Police Services Act, our entire budget for a year could be consumed with one building. So I do have some concerns there. I'm also curious if
Councillor Hamilton, thank you for that. First, yep, that could be part of the design phase. I just want to confirm with CBO Shipwreck, that could be part of the design phase, correct? CBO?
Yes, of course. All those things will be discussed as part of, like we said, with the person we're hiring is definitely going to be experienced in the Police Services Act and would be able to bring forward those minimum standards, as well as I'm sure Chief Martin would be able to help with that aspect.
Yes, okay. Now, Councillor Hergert, before you go on, I just want to remind you to talk into the mic because we were losing your audio on your next point, please.
Sure. So when we were just speaking there a few moments ago about West Grey has the right to negotiate with the lowest compliant, I would like the wording to be changed. West Grey has the ability to negotiate with all that are compliant, because that's the part of the two-part system of bidding, right? The first one, you're going to make sure everybody meets all the minimum requirements. And then in this case, I'm actually not sure what's behind envelope number 2. Is that a price per square foot? Is that a cost per hour? What is in the second envelope?
Okay, I'm going to go with Madam CAO and then to CBO Shipwreck. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify, as our CBO has indicated, we're not talking about the price per square foot because we are not asking for the final design at this point. We're looking for the partner that's going to help manage this project from concept to completion. There is a little bit of language in the RFP that talks about the philosophy of West Grey Police and its community partnership role. There's something in here that talks about, we're looking for something that further accentuates that bond between the community and its enforcement body. So we're giving that flavor through the RFP, hoping that the proposals that come back will take that language and make it into something concrete that we can actually score and get a sense of the partner that we would be retaining.
So the design would come back to council for all the, here's a list of 50 things and what do you want in it? Or will these come with a price tag? The wants, they cost this much.
Madam CAO and also CBO Shipwreck.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm envisioning, and I will rely on the CBO to to finish my sentences for me, but I'm envisioning that the successful proponent will have had extensive experience in building police buildings, which are a very specific kind of build, and they will be interviewing us to see what our philosophy is. That will include talking with council, and from that point, we will get that proposal of this is what you need based on the standards and the requirements, building codes, all of the acts. So as I say, we're looking for that partner to manage this project for us. Carl, is there anything you can add that would help where I'm going?
Yeah, no, I generally agree with what CEO Johnson is saying, and there is as part of the RFP, there is a page in there that has the pricing proposal. It's page 86 of the agenda. I believe it's page 20 of the RFP, but it lists the items, the specific items that we're looking for. Like she said, Madam CEO said, it's not going to be a price per square foot. It will be a lump sum price. This is how much your design is going to cost. You know, just the design, and then there's a construction documents phase. They're going to give construction phase, the contract administration, which is sort of what we're talking about as a job site oversight, and then the total price. So those will be 3 individual prices with a total lump sum. As far as the design phase goes, he will definitely, you know, discuss with staff, discuss with council on what their vision is. And then I would envision he'd bring back, well, this is what you have to have. Here's your bare minimum. This is what I would recommend you add through his experience. You know, maybe these items he would suggest are critical to the project, with, you know, a cost associated with those. And then, you know, through his discussions with council, this is what they've asked for, and this is what the cost of those items may be. You know, it may not be an exact price per item, but, you know, give you a ballpark of you know, what those prices would be. And through the discussion somewhere along the way, we'll definitely have budget discussions. And, you know, he may just say right off the bat that, you know, item A, B, and C that council is asking for is just not possible in the budget submitted. And then, you know, we'd have to make a decision based on our budget, whether we want to move forward with those items or not.
Good. Thank you for that comprehensive answer, both you and the CAO for that. Anything further? Councillor Hergert, anything further? Oh, could you unmute her mic?
Thank you. So what are we anticipating in this second envelope? I understand.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was the other part of your question. You had referenced a 2-envelope process. Madam CAO?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Madam Mayor. The second envelope would be the cost as outlined in the RFP, the pricing proposal. I don't have a figure. I wouldn't throw that out because I would have no clue. So.
Right.
So these are on those 5 different items, the schematic, the design, the construction, each of those 5.
Madam CAO?
Yes.
Yep, good.
Yes, thank you.
And then we just really have no idea about cost per square foot of building it. And that would be the E, construction phase. So we wouldn't know from A to E how much in the end it's even going to cost us.
That'll come up in the RFP.
Okay, so I have a couple quick, 1.13.2 shall be responsible except as provided in the proposal document. So I guess I'm looking for what is our limitation on responsibility there? 1.13.2.
Madam CAO, could you respond to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 1.13.2. I'm just giving it a quick read. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
And could you clarify the question, Councillor? I'm not sure I'm understanding. We have no liability on the proponent's collecting of this bid.
And so at the very end of that sentence, it says, except as provided in the proposal document. So that's where I'm looking. What liability do we have for anything?
Oh,
maybe we don't need that
that's a good
except
question.
for.
maybe, you know what, maybe we don't. Let me have a closer look at that. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Okay,
And
so
then-
noted.
Yeah, and then the numbering in 1.15, it looks like there was a paragraph that got excluded, so the numbering below that is 1.16. We should just streamline that.
Thank you for that. Good eye on that. CBO Shipwreck has a comment. Probably not on the numbering though.
Okay.
CBO Shipwreck, please.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. 113.2. That is, it's just basically a standard clause that says, you know, if somebody's doing work as part of the application process, that we would not be responsible for any charge. Like if somebody does work and then they submit an RF, you know, they submit their proposal and they are not successful, that we wouldn't be responsible for the costs incurred, you know, to submit that proposal. And the reason it says except as provided in the proposal document, it would be that we would be responsible for the fee that they have proposed if we find them successful. So they are proposing a fee. We can't say we have no liability or cost because, you know, whatever they're proposing as the cost, we'd be responsible for that if they would be successful, but only in the cost that is in the proposal document.
Hey, really good clarification.
So could we say accept costs as articulated in this proposal document?
Does that work better, CBO Shipwreck? Or is it better to leave it flexible as is? We're looking for your direction, and certainly I'll pose the question to CAO as well.
I don't see any harm in adding the word cost in there in the last sentence, if that makes council more comfortable with it.
Sure. Madam CAO?
Thank you for that, and I agree.
Okay. Good. Anything else, Councillor Herger?
Yes. So the second envelope, what's there? I guess I'm still on that question. What is in the second envelope? And I quizzed that because it seems that this will be a very staff-driven administering of awarding the proposal. And so it sounds like step one, you know, the initial envelope would be looked at by staff, and so would the second one, and then it just comes back to council as this is, you know, just confirm this awarding.
Madam CAO, take us through this question.
Yes, and if I may draw a parallel to a similar RFP that we had just awarded for our website, this is exactly the system that we used. All of the proponents had to propose their what the project would look like. They did a demonstration on similar websites, and they gave us demonstration on the back end of the website. You know, that was their opportunity to do, for lack of a better word, their sales pitch. And then we thanked them, and then the staff team took a second look at the packages that they gave, and then the second step of the process is to open the envelopes. And the pricing was only one part of the overall scoring. They received scores for their concept, for their skills, their experience, and that got them to whether they were successful in the bid or not. This would be very, very much similar to that, but I wouldn't mind if Mr. Shipwreck could be a little bit more specific than me and sort of giving council a picture of what that would look like.
Perfect. Well, that was a really good answer, Madam CAO, to give us a picture, and also on to CBO Shipwreck, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what specifically would be in the second envelope would be page 20 of the RFP and page 86 of the schedule. And it will be very specific, like I said, to those 3 or 4 costs, and that's really all that's going to be in that second envelope. Very close to what CEO Johnson said. Everything's going to be decided is from that first envelope. We're going to score. You're going to decide, you know, you want A, B, you like A, B, and C, and then you go to the price, and then you look at, well, how is price going to factor into your selection? So you're not only making a choice of the design work based on price or only making it based on experience. You're sort of using a combination of those 2, 3, or 4 items.
So to finalize that question then, I'm looking to see that the second envelope would be provided to council with a recommendation of, these were the compliant tender offers, right? This looks, the way it's drafted right now, it looks like it would be on your shoulders, CBO, and it would be for the first envelope to go to you, make sure everybody's compliant, and the second one would be opened by you as well, and then just a recommendation for us to ratify.
Madam CAO, can we see the results of this, please? Comment?
And if I may remind council that all of the proposals become public information anyway.
Yeah, I think that's really good. This could be the largest single capital improvement during our time in this office, and I think that it really should be made public. This is going to be a public building.
Yep, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I only have one last. On page 76 of this, it talks about insurance.
Yes.
And I'm just curious, it mentions $2 million worth of liability. Usually I think that's plenty. This, I don't think it's enough. I think it's maybe not enough, and I don't know that professionally. I just think the cost of the building will be, 4 to 6, 6 to 8, somewhere in there. I think maybe, do we need to have more insurance? And that's my last question.
Okay, well, thank you for your questions. I'm going to go to Madam CAO, and then I am going to go to CBO Shipwreck. So on the insurance question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And all I can offer in my experience, and this was drafted from other police building builds, that was the language that was provided in theirs. Perhaps
Okay.
our CBO has something more.
Perhaps, but perhaps not. Let's check. CBO, CBO Shipwreck, please.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say there are some legislated requirements for insurance for engineers and architects that are required to have, for doing certain structures, they are legislated to have a certain amount of insurance. And I think it falls in line with that $2 million. Again, this is only for the design of the structure. It's not for the actual structure itself, for that design and liability for the design. I understand the concern, if he does the design, if the $6 million building, the building falls down, then he'd be liable for the whole thing. But a part of that falls under, the contractor, and those others would have insurance as well. So it wouldn't fall completely on the architect.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think we're moving on to Councillor Hamilton now.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you to staff for this report and this really wholesome way of bringing all the information together. I'd like to pick up the thread. I heard Councillor Hergert and Councillor Townsend also ask similar questions around how we arrived at the amount of space that we do need. So just a question to staff about, it's suggested 12,000 to 14,000 square feet plus a 2 to 3 bay garage. How was that footprint size determined for our new building?
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor. Again, those numbers came from some advice from other architects and industry standards. When we had our round or our showcase of architects that volunteered to come in and help us through the original work in 2018, that was the numbers that they had proposed.
Councillor Hamilton, anything further?
Thank you. So are those reports public? Is that something that, because this council, many of us on the new council weren't present for those conversations, so is that information that could be shared with council?
Madam CAO.
Yes, that was a public meeting, and I believe the minutes are still posted. I can check with the clerk.
Clerk Turner? I'll check with him right now. Clerk Turner?
Okay.
Certainly I'd have to verify that. If it was the council or committee of the whole meeting, then yes, they would be on the website. We'd have to check the date and everything else and see if they are on the website.
Okay, we'll check into that immediately. Councillor Hamilton, anything further?
Yes, thank you. I'll just go through my points. I kind of did them in order of the report. So one of the questions was about dissolving the committee, and I'm not on that committee, but based on what our CEO is recommending, that seems to make sense to me.
Yes.
Great. Okay. And then moving on, I just wanted to touch base about community engagement and communication throughout this project. In particular, now that we are in the pandemic, which was not the case just a few months ago, as we all know. And so, as we know, we reviewed our budget through the lens of the pandemic. We reviewed our development charges through the lens of the pandemic, and our approach, our rationale, and our tone developed in response to the pandemic. And so, a question for staff about how do we talk about with our community, how do we talk about, how do we communicate this investment in our police and during a time of pandemic where there's a lot of financial stresses and pressures. However, we're moving forward with building a multi-million-dollar building with uncertainty about how it's going to impact the tax levy for years to come. So I'm looking, in light of the pandemic, I'm looking for what that messaging is going to look like, or if our communication plan or community engagement needs to adapt a little bit now that we're in this situation.
So I'm going to start off by saying that we will absolutely have a media release and communicate this information out to our citizens as we do all of our other projects. So we'll certainly put a media release out. We've got our social media as well to address this. And certainly I think this is absolutely the direction to go in. Anything further on that one, Councillor Hamilton? Are you looking for some communication strategy from our CIO?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I think the tone, like, I just don't want to be tone deaf to our current circumstances, and I think our community is feeling very stressed. So how we share the information and how we communicate that. I'm just wanting to touch base with staff.
Madam CIO, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for that question. We have tried to put some language in the scope of work, and as I was saying, I would expect that these bid takers are going to put some thought to public information sharing. We could strengthen the language, though, just based on some further thought. Ask them to propose, how are you going to keep this project front and center in our community, because it is a significant project for us. As exciting as it is, there will be questions. So we could add that in here for them to also suggest ways of making sure that the public is offered the opportunity to be tapped in and aware of what's going on with the project.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I look forward to developing that conversation more. I think that will be really important for our communication strategy about such a big, important project. And so another question would be for our Director Mighton. I mean, we have a ballpark figure. How much do we expect this to hit the tax levy, and for how long would the payback be? Are we looking at 20 years, 30 years? What are we committing our citizens to in this project?
Director Mighton.
Because they refuse to connect and it's available.
Director Mighton, you're online, so I know there's a whole office going on back there, but perhaps you could recognize that. And are you able to answer the question, or do you need it rephrased?
Initially went back, I don't know, it was in the early.
Oh, just one moment. We're going to have Director Mighton engage back into our meeting. One moment, please. Okay, so while we're waiting on that question, Councillor Hamilton, was there another question, perhaps?
Sure. Yeah, I don't mind waiting. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Okay.
I wanted to circle back to funding. So one of the fundings that was mentioned was the Green Municipal Fund through FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And specific requirements would need to be met in the building design to then meet the requirements of the potential loan. And there's a low interest loan up to 5 million and a grant of up to 15%. And so I would have thought that having a review of what those requirements would then inform this RFP about what we'd be looking for from a successful designer, whether they're familiar with FCM, they've had successful projects under this, that they understand how to build net zero energy buildings, that kind of thing. So, and then also just to offer that Grey County is part of the Partners for Climate Change with FCM, and they too may be of support or have some advice about applying for this kind of funding. So I guess just a question to staff. I know it takes a lot of staff time and resource, but is it worth checking out that funding and then perhaps tweaking the RFP to reflect some of those requirements?
Okay, so I'm going to go to our CAO for that, but I can tell you that Councillor Townsend did some work through the FCM funding and also looked for other funding opportunities. So we'll deal with that question first, and then I would like you to restate your other question, because we have Director Mighton that is listening in on the meeting as well. So first, Madam CAO, to the FCM funding, etc.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through you, Madam Mayor. I think I would just go back to our CBO's comment that what we're hoping to be successful through this RFP is to retain a partner in this project who has that experience. I have no objections to adding this as an additional scope of work if they could speak to funding options in their experience. I don't think that that's beyond the scope of work, but I will let either the, perhaps maybe the CBO could comment on that first, and then we could go to the Director of Finance, Madam Mayor, for the other piece of the question.
Yep, very good. CBO Shiprek, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, if we're hiring an architect that has experience in past projects, through other municipalities, I'm sure they've researched all these same questions. Other municipalities will have had the same questions, and if we want to add the portion on into the RFP for experience with grant applications and things like that, that's probably a good idea. At worst case, they're going to say we have no experience, and then we'd have to take that into consideration when we choose who we're hiring. But as far as net zero and those types of costs, some architects will have experience with it, some won't. And again, we have put some of that EED or EEDs and net zero in the RFP already, so that will come back as part of their experience. And again, we just have to, when we choose that architect, if that is a criteria we're definitely looking, then we maybe need to score that architect with those types of experiences is a little bit higher. But you may not get an architect who both has experience in police and net zero construction. Maybe those architects just aren't out there. Maybe they are. We won't know until we see the RFPs.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay. So does that satisfy that question? And then I could go back to your question with regard to Director Mighton. But
oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. If I could just follow through on that before going back to Mighton. So what a great idea if this person has experience in securing funding and we can access that. I think that's a great idea. And then that was actually one of my questions when we get to this. I was going to get to the scoring piece. Is 30 points are awarded per work plan, including approach design, suggested materials. But if you were to break down that 30 score, say give 20 to the work plan and give 10 to environmental design very specifically, then we'd be weighting the design more in favor of sustainable design. And I think that would be helpful. And then also to say in Waterloo, they designed a police station using FCM Green Municipal funding. So there's an example not that far from here. So I'm very hopeful that some of those architects will apply, and it may be worth reaching out to Waterloo and hearing about their experience in developing that project.
CBO Shiprek, anything on that one?
Yeah, I have, through this process, I have reviewed some of the, Saugeen Shores. I did review the one out of Waterloo. some of those applications and drawings and things. Yeah, I mean, we would definitely, we can send out invitations to submit RFPs to all the architects that have been involved with all the local projects. Again, it's up to them whether they have time or the aspiration to apply or not. But I have no problem. We can do that, research who those are and send them out specifically if that's what we want to do.
Oh, very good.
And then regarding scoring, to change the scoring to weight some more specifically to green building. Any thoughts about that?
First, Madam CAO, and then CBO Shipwreck.
I'm sorry, Councilor Hamilton, just for my own clarification, you're asking if we're comfortable with a 10% score, 10 points or whatever it is to environmental and 20 to the work plan?
Just as an example, Madam
Yeah.
CEO, but yeah.
Yeah, you know, I agree that, you know, we would be keen to achieve some of the environmental goals. So
good.
I have no trouble breaking that out just as a highlight in the RFP. I'll defer to the CBO if he sees any challenges with that.
Let's check it out now. CBO Shipwreck?
No, I agree with Laura, or sorry, CAO Johnson. I have no issue with making that change.
Good. I'm actually really pleased about that. Councillor Hamilton, does that satisfy your green questions? And then if it does, would you mind restating your question for Director Mighton?
Sure, it does. And thank you for entertaining those questions because I'm quite green about this whole process. So
absolutely.
Thank you for fielding those questions. And that's
wonderful.
Really great. Oh, yes. So for Director Mighton, my question is ballpark. We don't have a final costing on the whole project, but just roughly based on what you have guessed, what would be the impact to the tax levy, and for how long would how long would the loan be on this project?
Director Mighton.
So all of those will depend on where we actually secure our loan. If we go through FCM, if we go through bank funding, if we go through a debenture. So those are the types of things that we'll have to consider going through. But it could be, you know, naturally the longer you put it over, the lower the annual cost, but the more expensive the long-term borrowing costs. So there's a balance to try to find. Currently, we have $75,000 built into our tax levy. So if our payback is $300,000, then obviously we need another, you know, $225,000 more if that's what our annual amount is. But it will depend on the interest rates at the time, where the funding is sourced, what restrictions. If it's FCM funding, what is the time span that they offer? What's the longest time span? What's the longest time span we're comfortable with? Is it 20 years? Is it 30 years? So I think our financing options are very flexible. There's a lot out there. It's just a matter of coming down to what we want and what we can manage and make those decisions on an annual basis. But there will be a definitely cost increase on our tax base for next year because we only have $75,000 built into our current budget.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know it's a big guessing game right now until we have some of the finer details. I understand that. So roughly a 2% increase is what I'm hearing. Very roughly, depending on
it could be. Yep. It could very well be. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And so thank you. My big points are covered. I just wanted to point out page 81, there's a small spelling thing there. In the table, it says proposal closing, and it should say date. I think it says fate right now. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. And we'll make that change. Absolutely. Good eye, I must say. All right. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. I think my thumbnail sketch for increased cost was going to be something like $200 per year per average household, but I'll wait for the Director of Finance to come up with something more accurate.
That's what we were hearing before, absolutely.
Yeah.
But we'll wait on the Director. Yeah.
no, I've lost my place here. Oh yes, so in section 4.1, there's a timeline, and it says that the deadline for the release of requests for proposals is May 1st. The deadline for questions is June 1st, and the proposal closing date is July 31st. So the deadline for questions is 2 months before the proposal closing fate. Further on in the document, it says that questions will be entertained up until 3 days before the, it's not further on, previously in the document. It says questions will be entertained for up to until 3 days on section 2.1.0. So that seems to be a discrepancy.
Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. I agree. We need to do a second review of those dates. Thank you.
And then, so it was indicated that once a firm is hired, that they will work with us to sort of better understand our goals, our expectations, our needs. They will come up with a design that fits within our budget. And then they will assist with the bidding and negotiation process and oversee the actual spending of the money. But that one line in there, they will, see how it aligns with our budget, is the line that I thought needed to be unpacked a little bit. How will the budget be determined? Will we hire this firm? They'll come in. They'll say, based on everything you've said, we see a range of options from 8 million to 12 million. Where do you feel comfortable? And we say, well, our budget's 4.5 million. And they say, well, that's not doable. Like how do we arrive at that number? What process?
Madam CAO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and that is the dilemma, Councillor Shea. I mean, we need their expertise to help us shape that budget. So this is why this is going to have to be a multi-stage conversation that will involve council all along the way. So my recommendation is that we do our, we put down what we believe we need, and we see where the numbers come back, and then it's a back and forth, just like anything else that you need to do within a budget.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, a lot of things are not a back and forth to see what you can do within the budget. Sometimes budgets are just facts. Like some people rent because they can't afford to own, for example. And I'm just very nervous that the budget is going to creep up and creep up and creep up, and we will be decided we will be asked to make a decision once it's at the $8 to $10 million range. And I would have liked us to be giving some direction earlier than that moment. Like I'd like to be giving direction. I remember when we were talking about a $4.7 million budget. This was less than a year ago. And we've gotten very comfortable with the $6 million number through no presentations or demonstrations of need or anything. We're just sort of slowly talking ourselves up. So I'm just wondering what processes we're going to be able to put in place as a council to resist that drift.
Madam CAO, could you just talk about the process and on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we know that a police station, being such a specific build, is going to have mandatory elements, and there's going to be costs that come with that. Some of the other elements of this building, perhaps the community room or how we do the outside landscaping or the quality of construction materials, those are things that we can influence. And that's where, I believe we need to have a core budget, because there are the things that are mandatory. And if it means, making those tough decisions on some of those other elements, then that's where we land. I may need some assistance from other members of my senior management team. I've never built a police station, so, but I know that there are those elements that do come with the set costs.
Right, and we've only, we're determining, or we're putting out a range. We have not determined that it's going to land at the 6 million at this, obviously. Councillor Shea, you still have the mic?
I guess my only other question would be dissolving the committee, the police building committee. I didn't know that the committee's job was only to ascertain land. I thought, I guess, sort of assumed, I guess, that it would be overseeing the project as a whole. I'm currently on that committee and don't feel like I need to necessarily still be on the committee. But a project of this magnitude, I don't think it would hurt to have an extra set of eyes from council, sort of checking in from time to time. As council, we're an unwieldy bunch. You know, there's 7 of us plus staff, and you know, conversations spin out of control and take forever. And I really enjoy the process, but I'm not sure. And we change our mind a lot. But I'm not sure that just relying on bringing super important decisions to council and expecting council to be able to make an informed decision, you know, in 1 or 2 meetings is the best way to do it. I wouldn't mind having a focused subcommittee that continues to be involved on a more regular basis.
Well, certainly there's merit in that, but there's also merit in all of council getting the information through committee of the whole. Certainly, if I could just parallel, and just by way of an example, that's how it's being addressed with the long-term care redevelopment and expansion of Rockwood Terrace. It was with the long-term care board of management, and now it is with council, committee of the whole, and then ultimately council. So there's merit in both approaches. I know we've been successful this far in what we're doing. It is a recommendation through Madam CAO. Wonder if you wanted to provide more information, Madam CAO, from a CAO's perspective.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I had watched the county progression on that project, and I agree. It seems to be a logical evolution of something of this magnitude. My only recommendation is, the recommendation is based solely on the fact that I know that this project matters to all of council, and I just think that it would be, the conversations would be most helpful to the community as well if everyone is receiving everything at the same time and decisions are made together.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But Councillor Shea, you still have the mic.
No, that's fine for me. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We have 2 other speakers, Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Townsend, please.
Yes, Councillor Townsend here. I forgot to mention financing.
Go ahead.
That's why I came back on. The first one is FCM has changed their process to the point that they no longer have intake windows. They basically do it every month. So from a timing perspective, once we're ready, that limitation of only being able to do it twice a year has gone. However, they do require a fair amount of information. And if we're looking to them, because they are one of the 2 largest potential grant or assistance areas through the 15% of a loan that they would then potentially grant. So I think we need to make sure we do seriously cover their wants and needs in order to qualify. So I think that becomes a bigger deal when we're looking for grants. The other thing to note is that will affect exactly what will hit the bottom line. The other thing is I've had conversations with both the federal infrastructure and the Ontario infrastructure departments, and both of them feel that it is an infrastructure project that is eligible. They didn't say will qualify. They say it's eligible for grants. And so that's one that we really have not pursued to any level, because I think staff and council is somewhat familiar with that path and what you need to do there to get it done. But when you look at private or other sources, most of them, if not all of the private ones, don't go down that path at all. They don't go into police or whatever they feel that's funded sufficiently elsewhere. But I reviewed about 40 different sources.
Thank you.
And so when you look at, you end up with the FCM and the Ontario going through to the federal. And the Ontario contact did give me a name so I could have a chat with the person at the federal level too. And he confirmed it was also an eligible expense. So determining that means we want to make sure whatever the RFP does contain actually supports going down those paths. And if there's anything else that the company we're talking to about design, which will oversee the rest of the project, not build it, then hopefully they may will come up with one or two more sources, but that will really dictate where you're at. And we should take advantage of the knowledge that we've already gained by knowing if they're potential financiers, then we can actually go through the process of massaging or pointing that out to make sure that we do in fact get qualified for those two. So I thought I would point that out as well.
Well, we appreciate that for sure. Okay, anything further? Shall I move on to Councillor Hutchinson?
I'm just wondering if that would actually affect schedule. When you say work commence August 25th, do we have to commence? Should we commence? Should we approve as a council before we truly understand pass a design? So if the work's going to commence, I'm believing, as our CBO commented on, was that the prime deliverable from them is the design. Mm-hmm. And so that could still continue in my mind. And then you get into the aspects of the rest of the project and where that goes. And I'm assuming the two to be determined would follow design, and we would still have enough input. And hopefully we get down to the point where we could be applying for some of these grants and then worry about what the loan is following that.
Madam CAO, I'll comment on this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor. I would like to ask the CBO, in his experience, if he's worked with an RFP that had the work commencement date to be proposed by the proponents.
I guess the answer to that is no. I haven't worked with an RFP where we haven't specified a work commence. So, I mean, I don't see August 25th as being a timeline that's not achievable.
Good.
So, I mean, I shouldn't, should qualify that with depending on how things go in the world right now. But assuming everything is either stays status quo or hopefully keep our fingers crossed gets better and things start to open up a little bit. The biggest question is going to be, whether we want to have a meeting where the public is able to attend in person to see designs and things like that in place rather than as digital. And I guess that's a decision council can make, whether you want to have that process, because we're not sure that we would be able to do that before August 25th or not.
That would be like an open house type thing, and,
right.
And maybe if it can't be achieved through social distancing, that we can arrange to have that through electronic means. But I think that's something worthwhile.
As a follow-up to that too, I'm wondering about, I agree with the CBO, I've never been involved where someone else sets your start date, but one thing you do set is your budget. And I get really concerned with hitting the public with hundreds of dollars per year of increment with everything else that we have with the other infrastructure. So if we talk about a 2% infrastructure, if we're able to do that and hold the rest to the line, and I'm not sure we can do that either because of inflation and salaries and whatever else may be there, we're going to be in a 4 to 5% every single year. And that gets expensive, right? If that's what's happening. And I don't mean it goes up by that amount. I mean, that's how much we're adding to our base. And that becomes an ongoing expense. So knowing where your design is going to come will potentially be impacted by the dollars. If we guess 5 million, 4.5 million, 4.7, 6, whatever it is, it'll impact what you get. So we get back to the question of what we can afford. So that's why I'm a little concerned about when the next steps start, which is what I was leading to when I said it says to be determined, which is right. But the trick is, how much money do we really have? Can we really afford to get here? And yet we have to do something. We know that too. So that's the balance. And I don't know what your experience would be there. You know, and that's directed to either CAO or CBO. Either one works.
So I think we got the design phase, and then we would be looking at, you know, having that brought forward to council for sure. And certainly I think that is a good opportunity now for CBO Shipwreck to respond, and then Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you through you, Madam Mayor. I guess the answer is at this point, we don't necessarily know. I have no issue with leaving the design document and construction start to be determined. And I think the dates that we proposed for the other items, I don't see any issue with it. If anything, is maybe, you know, that's giving them too much time. If we are looking to start a little bit sooner, I don't see any issue of pushing those dates forward a little bit if we really wanted to compress it. But really the work to commence is really just the design phase of it, right? To determine between the closing date and the work to commence date, there's really only 25 days in there. And you know, what do you have time to meet with council and meet with staff enough to be able to start the design? Again, that's going to depend on how easy it is to do whether it's in person or digital meetings.
And the idea of having a construction start date, I think, is really important, and certainly for our police officers to understand that there is a construction start date on this well-needed infrastructure. Madam CAO, any further comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that work to commence, in my mind, that was the architectural firm would be asking how they can speak, you know, that's setting that timeline. When are they going to interview staff? When are they going to come to council? That's the date that we officially kick off the project. That doesn't necessarily mean anything more than that planning phase.
Okay, anything further before I move on to Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, I'd like to pursue that just one little bit more.
Okay.
Assuming that we have the FCM documents, and we do, and assuming we know we want to go down that path to qualify, we do not necessarily have to have all the answers. We have to have the target of what we're trying to do, and it doesn't have to be 100% net zero either. That's the other thing that the fellow from FCM was very clear on. But what you have to do in your statement to them and in your papers is what is your intent and your target. That's what they're interested in. So I'm wondering if it would be worth actually having that look while the RFP documents are out there, whether staff is able to do that, to look at that, so we can at least start that process sooner, and perhaps the same with Infrastructure Ontario, the same type of preliminary discussions, if you will, to ensure we're still there. Again, another concern is the fact that with the COVID-19, a lot of money is being spent. And I'm not sure just how deep those pockets are for still dealing with infrastructure as was being spoken before. So maybe it's not as attractive. Maybe we'll still end up having more of a bill, and we've got to deal with that before we get too far down this line. So from a financial perspective, that's where I'm at, right?
Madam CAO, can we parallel this activity to look at those grants?
Through you, Madam Mayor, well, we certainly can. I mean, one of the conversations we had earlier this afternoon was adding into the RFP for the proponents to tell us what their funding and grant experience is as well. So, you know, I don't know how much work that, you know, they may have far more expertise than we do, but absolutely we could, we're always keeping our eye open, but I would not want to lose that recommendation to put it onto the proponents to tell us their experience with that exercise as well.
So that's a good point, Madam CAO, but good point, Councillor Townsend, on that.
Lastly, I have a similar comment about the committee, the Police Services Building Committee. I get concerned. I wasn't overly impressed, and I realize we're one level away from those actually doing the work at the county for the long-term care, and only because of the length of time, the lack of communication. So my observations might be unfair to parallel that to the police services, but I would hate to think we get down so far in a process and then it comes to council and it's almost impossible to change. And I'm going to use the development charges as an example. And please don't take this negative. It's not intended as that. It's intended as to show, because of COVID-19, how we got here. And having missed that meeting and not having preliminary discussion that was going to happen at the Cal meeting on March 17th, we lost a lot of ground that came back to bite us, in my opinion, when we actually had the council meeting with everybody there, and now we're making a decision and et cetera. And it kind of put us in a hard spot. And I think we did the right thing by saying, let's stay the same and look at it, because we didn't do that beforehand. I would hate to see that happen, and having people more readily available with the limited number of council and Cal meetings we have and everything on the plate, I'm thinking that would at least keep it going, and you kind of get a vetting, which you get a feeling for how you're proceeding and whether or not you think council would accept it, or perhaps some pitfalls. And that depends on who you put on and, you know, how it goes and how the project goes itself and how valuable your consultant is. But I'm concerned about only having those interfaces as a group, which limits the frequency of them, number one. And with the police services building, when we were looking at land, we called them as necessary, and it was very, very efficient, very effective.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Inordinate amount of time getting there. So I'll throw that out as an opinion as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything further?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right, you're quite welcome. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I'm still here. First of all, I'd like to say I'm excited about us moving forward. I think that's the important thing here, that we're moving forward. This has been something that's been in the works for a long time, ever since I've been on council and before. So I think it's, you know, the majority of people are in favor of our policing and are in favor of us moving forward with this bill. The ministry is definitely in favor of it. So given that, you know, there may be some delays, given the situation we're in, there, you know, it's there's going to be lots of decisions ahead.
Yes.
It's going to take some time, but I think I agree with some of the people on council that it's nice for all council to be involved when it's such an important decision, and we all have input. So I like the idea that we're all going to have that input on some of the final decisions. So given that, before I would like to call the question, I just wanted to mention about the just a technicality thing. Under 1.12, which we talked about, page 70, shouldn't those numbers be not lined up a little differently? Like 1.12, and then underneath it's got 1.13.1. Shouldn't 1.13.1 be under 1.3 instead of under 1.2.12?
Madam, yeah, I totally, you've got a great eagle eye there. Madam CAO, are you okay to change that numbering?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the statements. I think the statements line up with the heading, but the numbering doesn't line up. And then the same with 1.15. Underneath 1.15 is 1.16.1. So that should be either under 1.616 or it needs to be 1.15.1. Whatever the case may be.
Okay, cool on the numbering. We're very good. Now, were you calling the question?
I would like to call the question.
So with that, Clerk Turner, that means I call the question on the motion right now, correct? We'll just unmute your mic.
We're ending the debate or calling the question. A seconder is needed. The motion is not debatable, not amendable, and a majority vote is required.
Okay, so we have a mover in Councillor Hutchinson to call the question. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding that?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second it.
Okay, now I'm going to call the vote on ending debate, and then we'll get to the motion. On the motion to call the question and end debate, please signify with a check mark for yes and an X for no. All right, I will start by saying, as mayor, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion does carry. On to the main motion that we're dealing with, which was moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Clerk Turner, could you read the motion and then I will call the vote.
By Deputy Mayor Hutchison, second by Councillor Hutchison. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole receive report CEO Police Station draft request for proposal for information, and further that the Committee of the Whole recommends Council direct staff to finalize the draft RFP as amended and issue according to the RFP schedule, and further that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the West Grey Police Building Committee be dissolved as that committee has met its objectives. So some of these recommended changes, the consensus made, will be, I'm sure, implemented in the report coming forward to Council on May 5th, and at that time can be considered.
Clerk Turner, can I ask for a recorded vote?
Yes, you can.
I'm then asking for a recorded vote. Could you please handle it for us?
Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, your mic is unmuted.
Yeah, I'm just going to need a minute here. I'm just reading my notes. Yes, Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hutchison.
Councillor Hutchison, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchison.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, yes.
Mayor Robinson.
Mayor Robinson, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, yes.
The recorded vote resolution 4820 does pass unanimously. A recorded vote.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. And now we're moving on to the third report of our CAO. This is dealing with COVID-19 update. Madam CAO and members of council, could you please clear the dashboard? Madam CAO, on your report. Do we need to unmute Madam CAO?
Here we go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Cody, for unmuting me. I would like to give my thanks to Ms. Glazier for her assistance with this report. He surveyed department heads to gather some of the updates as of April 20. Well, this report was done a little bit, was done by last Thursday. So some of this information it's as current as we have. I don't know if there's specific questions. It really is just an update on the status of our COVID, the impacts of COVID on our operations.
Thank you for that. Now, with regard to this report, it is just to receive for information. So we're not looking for a motion. So at this point, I will be looking to members of council if there are any questions, starting with Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you for the report to all our staff working together. I had a citizen reach out to me over the weekend with concerns about seeing a group of people not social distancing. And so when I see the paragraph in the report about West Grey Police Services continue to be inundated with COVID-19 related calls, I'm wondering if we have a bit more detail about what kinds of calls they're getting. But more importantly, I'm wondering for our citizens, if they have a concern about like this concern about more than 5 people gathering, what is the appropriate response? Are we enforcing this provincial law? Like how are we addressing those concerns?
Thank you very much. And if you heard me speak in the background, I've just asked our Supervisor Hewlett to get the Chief of Police, and perhaps he can answer the question with regard to the type of calls. Is that what you're looking for?
That'd be great, yeah.
Yeah, just one moment. So thank you, Chief Martin, for being here. And the question from Councillor Hamilton is, what type of calls are you receiving in the West Grey Police Office with regard to COVID-19?
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted, sir.
Okay. In terms of the calls we're getting for COVID-19, we are getting calls on social distancing. We are getting calls on people isolating, which has slowly slowed down given the amount of time that was passed. We are getting advice on essential services and questions that people feel are not essential and are essential. And basically, we have a very scared populace who's just looking for answers on what is going on right now overall with the Quarantine and the Emergency Measures Act.
Councillor Hamilton, further?
Well, thank you for that detail, and thank you for that community support that you're providing. And my second part of the question, Chief Martin, was I received a call from a citizen who was concerned about some neighbors who were visibly not social distancing, and the citizen didn't know how to report this information, if to report this information, and I guess also wanted to be anonymous in reporting the information. So that's a question to you as well.
We're getting the calls to the station directly where people are not identifying themselves, and we're not making them. We understand there's a lot of fear in the community and people don't want to declare war on their neighbors, for lack of a better term. Crime Stoppers has also been used. We're getting a lot of tips about social distancing. Our direction from the Solicitor General's office is to educate first and use enforcement as the absolute last resort, which we've done in the request of the minister. We have laid one charge under the Emergency Measures Act so far. In terms of cautions, I was just walking out and I wasn't here for this part of the meeting. Do apologize. I don't have the exact numbers of cautions we've given out or talking tos that we've given to people. But we are dealing on average between 6 and 10 COVID related calls a day on top of our normal workload.
Thank you. And so would the advice to the citizen or citizens in general be not to hesitate to call police if they have a concern about social distancing?
Call us. We will give advice. I know the library has some downtime now, for lack of a better term, and they've been taking some calls for us. And there's also been some speaking notes given to the staff of the municipal office wherever that call is made. But if the person does have concerns, they can call our office.
Good. I think that's important. Further, Councillor Hamilton?
No, and thank you for all this information and for your support for everyone in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
So before I go on to Councillor Shea, I do want to, members of council know this, but I'm going to announce it here for those that are listening. We have a media release out and we'll continue to communicate. We are hosting, that is West Grey is hosting a roundtable to provide information on the COVID-19 pandemic and answer questions West Grey residents might have. So at the roundtable, it's myself, Grey County Warden Paul McQueen, MPP Bill Walker, MP Alex Ruff, and the Grey Bruce Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Ian Era, will participate in the roundtable, providing updates, and we will be answering questions. That is on May 5th at 7 p.m. So, Councillor Shea, you now have the mic.
Councillor Shea, thank you. I was wondering if, I think I've raised this before, if at what point we could start discussing resuming committee activity. Some committees of council, their main task is discussing, considering, and reading and advising. So it doesn't require physical proximity.
Yes.
It'd be a very easy thing to do over Zoom. I know that in terms of having meetings open to the public, this places a burden on the committee, but a lot of the committees don't have staff involvement anyway, that the councillors tend to take on the responsibility of ensuring that all those protocols are met. And I think we could probably be educated to figure out how to run a Zoom meeting as well. So just putting that out there, that I know that there are committees that are eager to get back to work.
You know, I think that's something that we need to do a review on. Certainly we're in state of emergency, so resources are focused. But I wonder from an administrative point of view, and for administering and having the portfolio of committees, we'll go to our CAO, Laura Johnson, for this. Get some insight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. I know the committees are anxious to continue contributing and to keep busy, and I appreciate that spirit of volunteerism in our community. We can give some thought to opening, or to how we could manage that. There is still, despite the fact that staff don't attend all meetings, there is still some admin support in the way of the circulation of agendas and minutes and posting the same on the website. Our Zoom account is it's a single account that is a corporate account, so we'd have some logistics on how we could open that up. So if it pleases council, please just leave that with me, and I'll speak to the team to see what our options could be, and we can have that conversation in the coming weeks.
Yes, and I quite like that approach for that discussion. Now, our clerk would like to make a comment. Clerk Turner, please.
Concur with the CEO that we can definitely have that discussion. I did have an email from a county clerk in Grey County that was circulated to all other Grey County clerks. I think without exception, all were still delaying any committees meetings because of the COVID situation. At least one is, I think, at least looking into that possibility, but none at present that I recall were actually going ahead with committees. But certainly the CEO and I can have that discussion and bring that forward.
Very good. You still have the mic, Councillor Shea.
No, that satisfies me. Thank you very much.
Well, you're quite welcome. So I do see another hand up, and that would be Councillor Townsend.
Hi, it's Councillor Townsend again. A question regarding a little bit more in your report. I do like it. I like the idea that we're beginning to see the impact from an actual expenditure perspective. But do we know how much time staff has spent, including the emergency management team? And is any of that recoverable?
I'll go to, yep.
Right?
Pardon me, please, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you at all. I thought you were done. Did you want to finish the last part of your sentence, please?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
And the second part of that was, and is any of that cost that we're spending on COVID-19 recoverable, or is it just out-of-pocket expenses, basically?
Madam CEO, do you want to start this, and then we could go to Director Mighton?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Townsend. We are doing some record keeping on COVID-related tasks specifically, and in fact, purchases and expenses directly related to COVID. Simple things just as simple as, you know, extra hand sanitizer and cleaning supplies, that sort of stuff. So we are keeping that record. We do have the time of our emergency management group meetings. That is also recorded, so that's easy to tally all of those hours. It's a little bit more gray when we try to quantify the admin staff, because they're receiving an awful lot of calls, but it is because people aren't sure. You know, for example, is the garbage pickup still the same? We wouldn't get that call normally, but it is because they don't know. So, you know, I mean, we get calls when garbage hasn't been picked up, but we're getting the proactive calls. So, and quite frankly, a lot of the calls start out like that, and then people are just looking for someone to speak with about the situation in general. So there's a great value to having that live customer service. I would defer to the treasurer, because I know she's answered the question about recovery options, but I would just like to give council comfort that we are keeping really great records on everything that we can quantify.
Thank you for that. Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, at this point, we have received no indication from the province that we will be getting reimbursed or any type of grant program for any costs associated with COVID. It's been very silent on that front. We do continue, like the CAO said, to log it and to keep track of it. In previous emergencies, when we dealt with flood and tornado, it was only the incremental increase. So if staff normally put in 35 hours a week, it was only if they were going beyond 35 hours that would have been eligible. But that was in a previous situation. Not only has the emergency program changed, but this is a totally different type of emergency. It's so I don't anticipate, I haven't received any indication at this point, zero indication that any of our costs are going to be recoverable.
And in my last conversation, if I might, with MPP Bill Walker, I did advise that we would be looking towards any possible funding in relation to COVID-19. Mm-hmm. Okay, Councillor Townsend, anything further?
No, thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. Is there any other questions with regard to this report? Now, please keep in mind this is an information item, so I'm not looking for a motion on this. This is the report to be received for information. Councillor Hergert, please.
Yes, so just like our staff are calculating these COVID expenses and really no anticipation of payback, I'm curious, are the police and the library, are they as well keeping track of expenses or changes in revenue and so on?
We will go with Chief Martin.
From our end, we are tracking every expense we do. In terms of time, we are required to report to the Ministry of the Solicitor General every COVID-related call that we have weekly. Every Tuesday morning, they want that information. So we are tracking all of our expenses, equipment, gloves, anything above and beyond, including our staff redeployment and any overtime costs resulting out of COVID from the police point of view.
Okay, thank you. And library, could I just have a comment from someone on the library board?
So I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton and then also CAO Johnson if you've had any discussions with the Chief Librarian CEO. But first to Councillor Hamilton. Or, yeah, I'll start with you. And then if the other representatives from the library board want to mention something as well. Councillor Hamilton first.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Yep.
So we did have a library board meeting last week, our first meeting since COVID started. And while the CEO did not detail those expenses in particular, she has been keeping us up to date with how it's changing our operations. And we're looking ahead to what changes might come to the library. For example, perhaps we have to install plexiglass, that kind of thing. So I'm not aware of any significant costs at this time, other than some additional cleaning practices that they had, but certainly keeping track of all these COVID extra measures will be important moving forward.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the other two appointees on the library board, then to the CAO. Councillor Hutchinson, anything to add?
No, Councillor Hutchison here. Nothing that I could think of other than their budget was cut by 25,000 due to changes in our budget. So that factored in terms of what they're doing. But yeah, right now it's sort of everything's closed and on hold until further notice.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, anything to add?
Just one comment.
Yep.
That had to do with getting to a point where you might get into having to back off on some activities and costs with people related because of the fact that the work isn't there, and that depends how long this goes on. So that might be an impact. But again, there's programs out there where there may be some other restitution through some of the other channels and avenues.
Thank you. Madam CAO, anything to add in any conversation you've had with the Chief Librarian, CEO of the library?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We haven't had any specific conversations about budget impacts, although the CEO and I have had conversations about just making sure that you know, that staff are being kept busy working on meaningful projects. She is consistently checking in with me for, you know, just information and best practices, that kind of thing. So we are connected, but we were anyway. So we're just changing our focus of our conversations lately.
Oh, very good. Okay, Councillor Hergert, anything further?
No, that will be all. Thank you.
Well, thank you as well. All right. Any other member of council on this information report, the COVID-19 update? Seeing none? Okay. All right. Well, that does achieve all of our staff reports. On item 9 now, don't forget we still have an in-camera session. Item 9, new business. It does say major conferences, council update, maximum of 3 minutes per council member. Is there anything on this particular item before I move on with regard to any other item? So if you're not going to speak to the major conferences item, take your hand off the screen as a hand raised. If you are going to speak to it, right now I'm going to go to Councillor Shea on this item of new business.
It's Councillor Shea. Well, I do not attend a lot of conferences. As you know, I have been recruited to join the AMO Waste Reduction Task Force. And I was just wondering if I don't see anywhere in our conference reimbursement policies that allows for councillors to be involved in this sort of activity. And I just wanted to see if that is something we might be able to consider at some point.
I'm wondering if that could come through the review. I'm going to start to get an answer from Madam CAO and then the Director of Finance on this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Shea and to all of Council. The RFP that has gone out for the organizational review does include a request to take a look at council remuneration, so factors like that would be included.
Okay, good. So Director Mighton, do you need to add anything at this point?
No, I don't think so.
Councillor Shea then, anything further?
No, so I'll just continue to do this work on the cuff, so to speak, and see how that review pans out.
Good.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Councillor, okay, this is still on the major conferences. If your discussion is not on major conferences, put your hand down, but if it is, we'll recognize you, starting with Councillor Hutchinson.
Just a comment, Councillor Hutchison here, comment regarding Councillor Shea's. Would AMO not have a budget for that type of thing? It seems to me that if you're working for them, that would be under their budget.
Councillor Shea, do you want to respond to that?
I did ask them, and they said that no, the host municipality or the home municipality typically covers that. I did also notice, because I was going to I was going to go to an FCM meeting, which is now canceled, but that they were having a call for directors. I wasn't thinking of becoming a director, but I did read the guidelines, and it also said that costs of attending those are to be borne by the home municipality.
So the answer is no, ABLE's not paying for it.
That's right.
All right,
Thank you.
where are we at? Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, anything further?
No, that's it.
Okay, on the conference item, Councillor Hergert.
To carry on with Councillor Shea's comment there, is there any way that through our bylaw that it could be a committee meeting? This work that he's doing, I believe, is for the benefit of West Grey, and I don't think that we get paid a lot, like enough to say, oh, and cancel my, my expenses. I think that work is being done on behalf of West Grey, and we will benefit from it. So, is there any, it's not really a conference policy. Is there any way to have that be a committee day for the amount of money that is? I mean, this is like 4 meetings a year, is it, Councillor Shea?
Councillor Shea, we'll unmute your mic.
That's right, 4 meetings a year.
Okay, with that, Director Mighton, is there any provision in, actually, Clerk Turner's raised his hand here. Clerk Turner then, to the question at hand.
Certainly that's an item that can be brought forward, perhaps under the Director of Finance. Once, obviously, if there is a direction to reimburse council for these kinds of appointments, then I would suggest that it would be subject to council approval, because there certainly are budgetary implications.
Absolutely.
And I would also say that if the meetings are done electronically, that's one thing. But Councillor Shea, is there any times that you drive down to the meeting location? Well, unmute your mic.
I've only actually been to 1 meeting, and I did drive down, but it was a day that I was driving down to Toronto anyway, so that was very fortuitous. But I was surprised that of the 16 other members, almost all of them were there in person, except for 4. And some of them were traveling from North Bay and staying overnight, and like it was quite a big deal. So yes, doing it remotely or virtually is always an option as well.
Okay, so are we? Yep. No, you still have the mic, and then we'll move on.
Could I ask that our treasurer would bring that forward? I mean, there are opportunities like this, and as our clerk has pointed out, there is a cost to them. But I think the value that just the information that we're gaining for our local benefit, I think, is very valuable. So I would like to see that come forward, and maybe it coincides, with our organizational review and remuneration and all of that. But I think it is important when people are doing extra work, especially in this situation. I mean, how awesome for us to have a representative down there. So I applaud your efforts.
For certain. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would propose that this will be captured in the organizational review. And for council's information, the request for proposal is asking that the consultant actually interviews staff and members of council, particularly your perspective on your remuneration package. So the timeline is pretty aggressive, and we would have that report back in the summertime. So perhaps we could just leave it at that.
Okay. Councillor Hergert, you have the mic.
Well, although I'm disappointed, I know that, the next few months we don't know what's going to happen. So I would hope that his efforts are on Zoom for the next few months until we can get there. I'm not satisfied with that really, but I understand, we don't want a whole nother report about it if it's coming in 2 months anyway.
Right,
so
right.
I appreciate that. Can I speak to the point of FCM and AMO? My question really is probably to our CAO. Have we heard, FCM is off. Is AMO, is there an online web version or anything? Have we seen anything that way? Maybe our clerk too.
I think it's a twofold on this one. They're looking at electronic as well as addressing whether it will continue. Was last I heard. However, I don't know what the current update is. Madam CAO, do you want to start this response? It'd be electronic, yeah. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councilor, thank you for the question. Yes, the in-person conferences have been canceled. I don't recall seeing confirmation on an electronic version though. Perhaps the clerk can help me out here.
I think it was something on the website, at least
Right.
a consideration of it. Clerk Turner.
Yeah, the memory escapes. I'm not sure how they're dealing with meetings at this point.
Okay, I just want to make certain we're talking about AMO, not FCM, or make that clarification, Madam CAO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we received notification that AMO has been canceled. Trying to recall, was FCM in June? FCM is before AMO this year in Kingston, right. Correct?
Yeah.
And it's in October, I think.
FCM was Toronto in June.
FCM, that's correct.
Okay.
FCM was Toronto in June. AMO is August.
Right.
Okay. All right, do we have the answers to what we need? Councillor Herger, do you have the answers that you need so we can move on?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you as well. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One is, given that we've gone through this experience of connecting through Zoom and whatnot, maybe Councillor Shea could take that back to the group that he's working with, the waste management, and suggest that they do some virtual meetings, especially if you're paying for someone to fly from North Bay to a meeting. It makes sense. You can do it electronically. There'd be a lot of savings, and the municipality might appreciate that. So I think it may be worth a discussion on that. And the other thing about the AMO, I did see that AMO is talking about continuing on with the conference, but in a virtual mode. So that's one out there too.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, for that and keeping us up to date. Clerk Turner.
Yes, as the saying goes, my memory's good, but it's short. As Councillor Hutchison noted, there was an AMO correspondence, or it's actually on their website, dated April 4th, COVID-19 update. They are still planning at this point on the plans for the annual conference to be held at the City of Ottawa from August 16th to 19th. But as mentioned, they are also planning a contingency approach that would transform it to a virtual conference if need be.
Okay, so we're off that one. I think that was a good discussion on major conferences for our council update. I just want to, under new business, just for an FYI for members of council, you know this already, but I'm just going to put it into the record. Grey County reduced the farm tax ratio to 1.8%. That was a recommendation from the Committee of the Whole. That certainly has to come before council yet, but that is where it's sitting right now. That's just by way of FYI. And also, I know you're all aware of this, but I just want to put it as FYI here as well. The county secured land in Durham for the Rockwood Terrace rebuild. I absolutely am thrilled to be part of Grey County Council, and our Deputy Mayor also sits on Grey County Council, to have the property secured for the rebuild of Rockwood Terrace. That certainly is representing West Grey residents, but also Grey County residents. So those are just two quick FYIs that I wanted to mention, and certainly just to reiterate, May 5th at 7 p.m. West Grey is hosting a COVID-19 remote roundtable. If you have questions that we can have answered, anyone wishing to ask questions should submit by email to communications@westgrey.com, communications@westgrey.com, or call the office at 519-369-2200 and ask for extension 239 or 240. So the phone number again, 519-369-2200. Ask for extension 239 or 240. And then again, the COVID-19 roundtable will be held remotely May 5th at 7 p.m. Are there any other members of council that have a new business item? Councillor Herger.
So I have two items. The very first item would be ATEL. We had a proposal that we've dealt with and a partnership we've worked on there. I'm leaning toward the governmental side of that, which is the SWIFT. We know that lower tiers are not getting these delegations. We talk about this every meeting lately about how we are on limited bandwidth. And so I believe that it does actually come up under business arising because we've dealt with it each meeting since COVID began. Our residents every day are relying on this modern infrastructure that we need for government communications, daily updates, if people needed to have access for grants or job opportunities, social connection, education. Like everybody is relying on internet and reliable internet. And I was hoping that our mayor could pen a letter to the premier and ask about the continued SWIFT movement and connectivity, especially as we move forward to maybe a virtual 2020 at this point. So I was hoping to put that forward as really just let's remind the premier that we're out here with this limited connectivity, and we need it for every aspect of our lives these days.
So I have absolutely no difficulty writing a letter, certainly to the other orders of government. I can tell you that so that's a yes. I will write a letter.
Awesome.
Well, thank you for that. Last county council meeting, I believe it was in committee of the whole, we had a report from the director of economic development. It ended up being her report on just COVID-19 update and in relation to businesses from an economic perspective. So at that time, I had said that there is I inquired about broadband. So, and could we have a report, a status report, in terms of where we're at with broadband from SWIFT. So that is pending. And also I'm acutely aware that depending on the report, there may be additional SWIFT action that we need to take. So this certainly falls in line with that, Councillor, and I will be providing the members of council, again, as I always do with county updates. When that comes forward, you'll be aware that of what has been resolved or at least communicated at the county level. So yeah, I'll write that letter. Anything
Awesome.
further? Thank you.
So I have a second item that I'd like to bring up fairly swiftly. We don't have to figure it all out today, I would suggest. Recently, the province has changed the regulations for community gardens, deeming them essential.
Yep.
And while West Grey doesn't necessarily have any termed community gardens, I know that the CBC was looking at all the gardens within the entire municipality of West Grey. And I was hoping that this year we could implement the community garden on a very small level because it might actually suit the basic needs of our community, which would be fruit and vegetable growing. And especially in a year of supply chain breakdowns and so on, I think it could provide food security within our community. So what I would be asking is if the 6 garden beds, they're raised garden beds that are to the east of the arena in Durham, could be utilized this year in a garden granting program. And I would submit that a comparable community would be London. Brampton used to be a comparable garden granting community. This year they've changed their model because, like I mentioned previously, community gardens were under the non-essential list. So, that program might be changing for Brampton. Anyway, London and Brampton both have a one-page application process, basically your name and your address, and a commitment from the individual of a nominal fee, $10, $15, to secure their section of the garden. Now, when it comes to watering, I did have a workaround. I'd mentioned this with Councillor Shea, and we were curious if we could get one staff member to fill the water tank once a week. Not anything more than that. Just fill it so that the water would be available for the users of the garden. And that, I think, was pretty well the little confines of it. So I was hoping to see council, or I guess committee at this point, to approve the use of those garden beds, and then to secure from CAO that we would be able to have water on hand.
Okay, so I do know that we've had some, I know that Councillor Shea has an interest in community garden, and he's had conversations with me before this, and I know other members of council are most interested in conversation with our CAO. She is going to prepare a report along with Supervisor Hewlett. I don't know what the target is, May 5th, or what the target date for getting that report forward. We definitely need to have that information before us, and certainly, as you know, we want to make sure our members of council, or certainly our members of council, but our citizens are aware when we have discussions, so that they know what the item is and what the recommendation and the background in the report is discussing. So Madam CAO, is this something that under a new business item that you could prepare a report, and what was your timeline on it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I will ask the clerk to help me with the procedure. My recommendation would be that we need a motion from council to proceed with this work, and that could come next week as a direct motion, giving staff the parameters of what you would like us to investigate and report back on.
Clerk Turner, please.
The committee of the whole could make a recommendation to council to direct the CAO and recreation supervisor to provide such a report. And I think it's important to obviously look at these issues such as water, et cetera, and especially in this COVID-19 situation, how self-isolating, social distancing, who will be enforcing that, how will that be applied? A lot of questions. I know not only myself had a list of some questions, and I know definitely, unfortunately, he has left the meeting, but the police chief also has some concerns I think he would want to bring forward to council.
So if we could have a direction to staff to provide a report on the 2020 Garden Grant Program, and then also in that report, just to have a quick nod to property standards and allowing for farming and food production to take precedent instead of the 8-inch limitation that's for grasses, when really our plants, vegetation could be much taller than 8 inches. And so I'm just looking that both of those items could be included in the report.
So at this point, Clerk Turner is saying that there should be a motion that's voted on
so
at
I
this
would
stage. No, Clerk Turner first, Councillor. Is that correct?
That's correct. So a mover and seconder to basically recommend council direct the CEO and recreation supervisor to address the proposed 2020 Garden Grant Program.
Okay, so we do know that Councillor Hergert is moving that. Councillor Shea is the check mark. Thank you very much for using that. Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Councillor Shea. Yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Okay. Any questions on this motion? All right, on the motion, signify by a check mark if you're in agreement. If not, X mark. All right. All right. As mayor, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend, how are you? State your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, yes.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hergert, proudly yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Thank you. Motion carries. All right. Anything further under new business? Certainly clear the dashboard. Good. Councillor Hamilton, could you clear the dashboard? Thank you. Any further new business items? Okay. Seeing none, we are now going to move to the in-camera session. So that is dealing with the item 3, closed session, and I'd be looking for a mover and a seconder. First of all, Clerk Turner.
I do have a motion for closed session. I do see there's a request for a refreshment break. So perhaps once this motion for closed session, if it is passed, it might be in order to, Mayor Robinson, if you concur, to take a few minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes. Whereas the Municipal Act SO 2001, Section 239, brackets 2, as amended, authorizes councils of municipalities to close to the public meeting, to the public a meeting or part of a meeting for dealing with certain subject matters. Now therefore be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session of Committee of the Whole at 4:35 p.m. with the CEO, Deputy Clerk, and Clerk to discuss items that relate to personal matters about an identifiable individual. Sorry, that would also include the Director of Finance, Treasurer. To discuss items that relate to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or a local board, and labor relations or employee negotiations.
Councillor Townsend, are you moving this in camera motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I will.
Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Okay. On the motion, members of council, a check mark if you agree, an X mark if you do not agree. All right, as mayor, I am in favor of going in camera. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Townsend, yes.
Motion does carry to go in camera. We will be having a 10-minute break, and then we will have our in-camera session. After our in-camera session, we will be coming back into public session to deal with item 4, which is matters arising out of closed session, if there's any, and then the adjournment, which is item 10. All right, we're on break at this point. See you in 10. Okay, I'm just going, and if I could be unmuted. Thank you. Okay, members of council, I just want to confirm that you are all there. So by using the check mark, I will know you are in attendance, and that's important to know that. I'm just waiting on one member of council. 1, 2, 3. All members of council are present, and let's proceed. So we are now in public session. I'm looking for a motion to rise out of the in-camera session. So I'm looking at Councillor Townsend. Are you moving that motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Thank you for that. And wait a minute, I have to take a check mark off. Who is seconding? Do I have a seconder for the motion to rise? Councillor Shea, are you seconding the motion to rise?
Councillor Shea, I second the motion.
On the motion to rise into public session, all those in favor signify with a check mark if you're in agreement, if not with an X mark. As mayor, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
And I just want to say, very great transition on your phone to the public session, so it did not go unnoticed. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Thank you. The motion does carry. We are in public session, and I do want to say that only the items that we went in camera for were only the items that were discussed, and there's nothing further to report. So that completes item 3, which is the closed session. Item 4, matters arising from closed session. There's nothing at this point. And now I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Is there a mover? That looks like Deputy Mayor. Are you moving the adjournment?
To adjourn?
Please state again, sorry.
Said Deputy Mayor Hutchinson will move to adjourn.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion to adjourn?
Councillor Hutchison, I second the motion.
Okay, so members council, on the motion to adjourn, all those in favor signify with your check mark. If not, then your X mark. So as mayor, I am in favor of the adjournment. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Okay, could you just say that again? There was a bit of an audio. We're going back to you you have the open mic. Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor, state your name and how you are voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, yes.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hutchison, yes.
Motion to adjourn is carried. We stand adjourned. Thank you very much. A very detailed discussion today. Very, very worthwhile. Thank you, members of council and those listening in. Thank you, staff. Well done. Talk to you again. We are adjourned.